today's coverage of the sitting of the Senate. I'm Simone Absalom, and I'll provide a brief outline of what's expected to take place during the sitting. But before we begin, did you know that the Joint Select Committee of Parliament is often established to review legislation being considered by members of the upper or lower houses of Parliament? On this session's agenda, members are set to discuss 3 legislations regarding the emergency powers continuance resolutions. The House of Representatives on Tuesday night approved resolutions extending 3 of the current states of emergency, SOEs, and the 2 zones of special operations, ZOSOs, by a single month. The SOEs affected are the St. Andrew South Police Division, the tri-parish coverage of Honourable, St. James and Westmoreland, and the bi-parish coverage of Clarendon and St. Catherine. The Emergency Powers No. 2 Continuance No. 3 Resolution 2019 will be tabled and taken. The Emergency Powers No. 3 Continuance No. 3 Resolution 2019 will be tabled and taken. The Emergency Powers Continuance No. 4 Resolution 2019 will be tabled and taken. The Noise Abatement Temporary Amendment Act 2019 will be tabled and taken. An act to amend the Transfer Tax Act 2019 will be tabled and taken. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. But before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer, and there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Now over to the proceedings.
The Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James zone. Extension of period of operation number 6 order 2019. The Emergency Powers number 2 continuance number 3 resolution 2019. The Emergency Powers number 2 continuance number 3 resolution 2019. And the Emergency Powers continuance number 4 resolution 2019.
Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Honourable Senate. I have the honour to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 10th day of December 2019, the House of Representatives agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to a bill entitled An Act to Amend and Rename the Human Employment and Resource Training Act to merge the functions of the Human Employment and Resource Training Trust with the National Youth Service Board and the Apprenticeship Board, to repeal the Apprenticeship Act and the National Youth Service Act, and for connected matters. I also have the honor to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 10th day of December 2019, the following bills were passed in the House of Representatives. A bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Amend the Noise Abatement Act, passed without amendment, and a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Transfer Tax Act, passed with 1 amendment. Signed, Pernell P. Charles, CDJP MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I firstly seek your permission to speak from a seat that is not my own, and then I signify, Mr. President, my willingness to take charge of the bills.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Transfer Tax Act, read the first time, and a bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Amend the Noise Abatement Act, read the first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bills. Further, Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bills and to take them through all their concluding stages.
Thank you, Minister. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following three motions. The emergency powers number 2, continuance number 3, resolution 2019. Whereas by virtue of section 20 subsection 1 and 2b of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 7th day of July 2019, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists within parts of the parish of St. Andrew as specified in the schedule to the proclamation and hereinafter referred to as the specified community, and further declared that said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas it is provided by section 20 subsection 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas, under the provisions of Section 3.1 of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency, by order, to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3.1 of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers number 2 Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the specified community during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3.4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers number 2 Regulations 2019 were laid in the Senate on the 12th day of July 2019 and in the House of Representatives on the 16th day of July 2019. And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force until the 4th day of January 2020. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 30 days until the 4th day of February 2020, and the emergency, and B, the Emergency Powers number 2 Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers Number 2 Continuance Number 3 Resolution 2019. And 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor-General by proclamation on the 7th day of July 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 30 days until the 4th day of February 2020. And 3. The Emergency Powers Number 2 Regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 4th day of February 2020. Emergency Powers Number 3 Continuance Number 3 Resolutions 2019. Whereas by virtue of Section 21 and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor-General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor-General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 5th day of September 2019, the Governor-General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 20, subsection 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica, that a proclamation made by the Governor-General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas under the provisions of Section 3.1 of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor-General, during a state of public emergency, by order, to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor-General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3, subsection 1 of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Number 3 Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3.4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers Number 3 Regulations 2019 were laid in the House of Representatives on the 10th day of September 2019, and in the Senate on the 13th day of September 2019. And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force until the 18th day of January 2020. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 30 days until the 18th day of February 2020. And B, the Emergency Powers Number 3 Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers Number 3 Continuance Number 3 Resolution 2019. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 5th day of September 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 30 days until the 18th day of February 2020. And 3. The Emergency Powers Number 3 Regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 18th day of February 2020. Finally, Mr. President, the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2019. Whereas by virtue of Section 20 subsection 1, and 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body or persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General was satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances. And whereas on the 30th day of April 2019, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland, and further declared that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas it is provided by Section 20, subsection 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purposes of and in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period, not exceeding 3 months, as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas under the provisions of Section 3, subsection 1 of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3, subsection 1 of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3, subsection 4 of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulations so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and the House of Representatives, whichever shall be the later, until a resolution is passed by the Senate and House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 were laid in the Senate on the 3rd day of May 2019 and in the House of Representatives on the 7th day of May 2019. And whereas it was resolved by both Houses of Parliament that the state of public emergency, as aforementioned, remain and continue in force until the 27th day of January 2020. And whereas it is desirable that A, the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned remain and continue in force for a further period of 30 days until the 27th day of February 2020. And B, the Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2019. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by proclamation on the 30th day of April 2019 shall remain in force for a further period of 30 days until the 27th day of February 2020. And 3. The Emergency Powers Regulations 2019 are hereby continued in force until the 27th day of February 2020. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Thank you, Minister. Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister, you have a number of things on the agenda. Could you tell me how you intend to proceed, please?
Yes, Mr. President, we have a full day today, to say the least, but I am hopeful and inspired by the smiles on the faces of my colleagues on both sides.
It's only because Senator Knight has
Yeah,
returned.
I was about to say, welcome to Senator Knight, who has now returned from what I gather is a very successful sojourn. We look forward to the shared benefits. We should also say welcome to...
That is a very touchy topic lately, you know, shared benefits that lawyers receive.
And I gather Senator Crawford has also been about the place. So, welcome back to both. Yes. Yes. So, we have a lot to do today. Mr. President, it is my intention to treat with a very quick matter relating to the public bodies management and accountability, and to move swiftly into the emergency powers, the state of emergency resolutions, then to treat with the very important issue of the temporary amendment to the noise abatement, and thereafter the transfer tax matter, time permitting, which it will. Yes. And the matter relating to the public bodies management is just a withdrawal of the resolution and a retabling, because there was something done in the lower house. The minister in the lower house made some amendments, and so we are just making the adjustments here. Mr. President, I beg to seek your leave and that of the members of the Senate for me to withdraw the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulation 2019 and its resolution at items number 1 on the order paper. Both the regulations and the motion were tabled in the Senate on the 29th day of November 2019. And as I have explained before, it's simply a matter of withdrawing and retabling because there were some amendments made in the lower house.
Thank you very much, Minister. You have heard the proposal of the Minister. All in favor? Against? The regulations tabled.
Mr. President, 1 second. Prevent on it, please.
The regulations tabled and the motion at item 1 on the order paper are now withdrawn.
Mr. President, we'd ask that you ask for the recommittal of the items, announcements, and notices of motions given orally to enable the clerk to table the new regulations and for you to give notice of motion for their approval.
Thank you very much. You have heard the Minister. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
Yes.
Announcement?
Yes.
The Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment of Boards, Regulations 2019 under the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act are also laid on the table of the Senate today.
Notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motion. The Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2019 Resolution. Whereas by virtue of Section 24(1)(c) of the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may make regulations generally for the giving effect to the provisions and purposes of the Act, and may in particular specify criteria for the appointment of boards of public bodies. And whereas on the 9th day of December 2019, the Minister made the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2019, and whereas by virtue of Section 24, subsection 2 of the Act, any regulations made under subsection 1 shall be subject to affirmative resolution. And whereas it is desirable that the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2019 be affirmed by resolution, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2019 Resolution. And 2. The Public Bodies Management and Accountability Nomination, Selection and Appointment to Boards Regulations 2019, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 13th day of December 2019, is hereby affirmed.
Thank you very much, Minister.
No, we're not taking it. December.
Late today, December, you said. Yes. So, could I proceed, Minister? No,
there's no intention to take that today. It is just being retabled, just for clarity and just to make clear for Senator Brown, the date is December 13th, today. All right? Just in case I had said September, as you said. Mr. President, I crave your indulgence. I move for the suspension of the standing orders, Mr. President, to enable me to take the motions of which I gave earlier.
Heard the Minister. Those in favor? Against?
Mr. President, colleagues, the members of the security forces continue to fervently pursue their commitment to the security agenda to ensure that all Jamaicans can enjoy a peaceful and crime-free Jamaica. Mr. President, the government and people of Jamaica support our security forces in their pursuit for enduring peace which is recognized rather by all to be one that is going to take some time. Mr. President, given the nature of the security environment in many of these communities, which are evident by periods of ruthlessness perpetrated by criminal gangs, it is only fair to assess that the security forces and other agents of the state require time so that the interventions extend beyond community improvement to actual violence interruption measures. Mr. President, you may recall a recent announcement by our Prime Minister recently to a commission, a study to be led by Professor Maureen Sams Vaughan to examine the issue of violence and aggression in our society. This team, Mr. President and colleagues, will be responsible for guiding policy through evidence-based research on all aspects of crime and violence regarding legislative changes that need to be made and the programs that need to be developed to make Jamaica a gentler, more loving society. Mr. President, we believe that crime is more complex than it appears. It, however, provides a telling metric of the many inherent drivers to crime, which include history, culture, family, and of course, socio-economic factors. To examine the magnitude of the challenge, to effectively cauterize the threats posed by criminal gangs, and to ensure lasting transformation of the communities, I'm therefore seeking approval, Mr. President and colleagues, to extend the zone of special operations in Denham Town and Mount Salem communities and the states of public emergency in St. Andrews South Police Division, tri-parish areas of Hanover, St. James and Westmoreland, and the bi-parish areas of St. Catherine and Clarendon. And Mr. President, the intention is to have a collective presentation, and thereafter I'm certain the clerk will have the individual voting. Extensions of the zones and states of public emergency. Mr. President, acting on the advice of the National Security Council and in accordance with the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act, and in accordance with Section 5 of the Act, which guides that the Prime Minister in Council, after consultation with the Joint Command, may by order subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives extend the period referred to in Section 4, subsection 3. The Denham Town and Mount Salem Zone of Special Operation, Special Security and Community Development Measures.
Chair, President, just on a point of order. I think the minister is dealing with the Zozo, but this chamber doesn't deal with the Zozo. Zozo is only for the other place. And I suspect, if that's where you're going, it's the SOE that we address here, but not Zozo. They have a monopoly on that. They ought to have allowed it to come here, but it's not for us.
I'm guided, Mr. President. The intention was to have a comprehensive presentation that speaks to all of the issues as a matter of context, but perhaps based on our time, I will skip through the issues that bring context to it. I'm certain that my colleagues, based on their request, are saying that they understand the context of the situation, and I'll move swiftly to the specific matter. I thank you, Senator Brown. I appreciate that. You feel so? Mr. President?
Yeah, I said Senator Brown, on that matter that I see appearing in so many of these things, you need to talk to Senator Brown about your billing program. I know you're not billing the right way.
He's fine.
Mr. President, as I was saying, there's a comprehensive approach that the government is taking, which includes not only states of emergency, but the zones of special operation. And without going into too much detail, we all understand that it is a fulsome and a multi-stakeholder approach that is required for us to treat with this serious crime problem in our country. Mr. President, a state of public emergency was declared for the St. Andrews South, and I'll start there, Police Division, with effect from July 7th, 2019, and it is slated to end on the 4th of January, 2020. The recommendation, Mr. President, to declare a state of public emergency was based on the assessment that the level of violent criminal activities experienced, continuing, and threatening in the specified area was of such a nature and so extensive a scale as to endanger public safety. Mr. President, for the period prior to and during the state of public emergency, which is the 15th of February 2019 to the 6th of July 2019, and the 7th of July 2019 to the 26th of November 2019, respectively, the St. Andrew South Police Division experienced an overall reduction in murders by 18%, that is 77 to 63, and shootings by 31%, 83 to 57. Cumulatively, for the period between July 7th, 2019 to the 25th of November 2019, a total of 2,044 persons were detained, of which 1,967 were released. There were 160 arrests and charges within the division for varying offences, to include the breaches of the Firearms Act, which were 33, breaches of the Dangerous Drugs Act, 15 of those, murder, 11, shooting, 12, and robbery, 8. 20 firearms and 274 rounds of ammunition have also been seized. Mr. President, the St. Andrew South Police Division continues to raise significant security concerns nationally and still accounts for the division with one of the highest murder rates. Mr. President, the threat of guns, gangs, and dons are still active in that area. The gangs operating in the division are known to perpetuate violent criminal activities. Mr. President, we move to Hanover, St. James, and Westmoreland, each of which represent a police division but collectively form one contiguous area of operations. With effect from the 30th day of April 2019, a state of public emergency was declared, with the current period of extension slated to expire, Mr. President and colleagues, on the 27th of January 2020. The selection of the area currently under the state of public emergency was driven by considerations primarily comprising the rate of murders in communities that fall within that geographical space, along with factors such as the presence of guns, gangs, as we said, dons, and the collective effect of gun violence in the contiguous space. Mr. President, for the period prior to and during the state of public emergency, which is the 2nd of October 2018 to the 29th of April 2019, and the 30th of April 2019 to the 25th of November 2019, the Tri-Parish area experienced an overall reduction in murders and shootings by 27%, that's in numbers 182 to 133, and 26%, which is 166 to 123 respectively. Reductions in murders and shootings were also experienced over the corresponding 2018 period, 30th of April 2018 to the 25th of November 2018, to remind us, when compared to the current period during the state of public emergency, which is the 30th of April of this year to the 25th of November of this year. And that reduction by comparison is a reduction of 23% and 28% respectively for murders and shootings. In fact, Mr. President and colleagues, over the period for the 1st of January 2019 to the 30th of November 2019, reductions were recorded in the parishes of Westmoreland and Hanover. Murders and shootings in the parish of Westmoreland have reduced by 36%, and 37% respectively. Additionally, Mr. President, for Westmoreland, when compared to the corresponding 2018 periods, that is, of course, the 30th of April to the 25th of November in 2018, and the same period for this year, reductions were also recorded in murders and shootings by 54% and 42% respectively. Mr. President, murders and shootings in the parish of Hanover have recorded similar reductions for the period between the 1st of January of this year to the 30th of November of this year by 44% and 63% respectively. Similarly, for Hanover, when compared to the corresponding period in last year, during the states of emergency, reductions were recorded, Mr. President, in murders and shootings by 52% and 82% respectively. Murders and shootings in the parish of St. James have increased by just over 40% and 25% respectively for the current period. Mr. President, when we look back at the activities in the corresponding periods of 2017 for the same period of 30th of April to November 25th of 2017 compared to the current period under state of public emergency for this year, which is 30th of April this year to 25th of November of this year, the statistics reveal that murders have been reduced by 61%. Mr. President, largely as a credit to the efforts of the state of public emergency for subsequent periods following the declaration on the 18th of January 2018. The division accounted for far less murders and has saved many lives when compared to the periods prior to the declaration, when the murder rate was at 335 in 2017 for that area. Mr. President, we must take value from the lessons learned from a premature ending of the states of public emergency. As in the case with St. James, when a discontinuation of the state of public emergency on the 31st of January of this year subsequently resulted in a resurgence of violent crime and gang activity, which is currently being experienced in the parish. Mr. President, as at the 25th of November 2019, the tri-parish area has collectively recorded the following: a total of 2,335 persons were detained, of which 2,181 were released. 1,154 persons have been arrested and charged for varying offenses, to include breach of Firearms Act, breach of Dangerous Drugs Act, breach of the Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Act, murder, shooting, and robbery. 85 firearms and 4,299 ammunition have also been recovered, Mr. President and colleagues. The statistics indicate that though much has been accomplished in terms of the seizures and recoveries, there is, Mr. President and colleagues, so much more that we need to do to effectively cauterize the many and varied threats in this area. The volume of these recoveries is also reflective of the magnitude, Mr. President, of the challenges within these areas. In this regard, St. James remains a concern given the history and security landscape that has defined and empowered the criminals who have utilized St. James as a status quo conflict zone over time. No more, Mr. President, no more. Mr. President, the rampant criminality, in particular violent crimes, as well as the threat posed by guns, gangs, and dons, has fueled an ecosystem of crime which is well-resourced and interconnected. Mr. President, These have collectively necessitated security measures beyond the ambit of normal policing. The states of public emergency, Mr. President, in these parishes are therefore necessary at this time, as the conditions underlying the emergency still exist. Mr. President, I move to the area of Clarendon and St. Catherine. Likewise, a state of public emergency was declared for the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine with effect from 5th of September 2019, and the current extension, Mr. President, is slated to end on the 18th of January 2020. The recommendation, Mr. President, to declare a state of emergency, again, was based on an analysis that the level of violent criminal activities experienced, continuing and threatening in the specified area was of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to endanger public safety. Mr. President and colleagues, for the period prior to and during the state of public emergency, which is the 15th of June 2019 to the 4th of September 2019, and the 5th of September 2019 to the 25th of November 2019, the bi-parish area, Clarendon and St. Catherine, collectively experienced an overall reduction in murders and shootings by 56% and 57% respectively. Mr. President, the rates of murders and shootings have also collectively been reduced when we compare the corresponding periods of 2018, again the 5th of September to the 25th of November, with the current period under state of public emergency this year. And the reductions in comparison are by 36% and 40% respectively. Similarly, Mr. President, over the period the 5th of September 2019 to 30th of November 2019, during the period of the state of public emergency, compared with the corresponding period in 2018, we see reductions recorded in all of the following police divisions. Murders and shootings in the police division of Clarendon have reduced by 55% and 56% respectively. Murders and shootings in the police division of St. Catherine South have reduced by 40% and 58% respectively. And murders and shootings in the police division of St. Catherine North recorded an increase of just over 6% and 15% respectively. So there is work still to be done. Additionally, Mr. President, since the declaration and as at the 25th of November of this year, 2,107 persons were detained, of which 1,603 were released. 683 persons have been arrested and charged for varying offenses to include breaches of the Firearms Act, which were 78 persons, breaches of the Dangerous Drugs Act, 50, murder, 19, shootings, 21, and robberies, 21. Mr. President, 21 firearms and 1,103 rounds of ammunition have also been recovered. Mr. President, the parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine have been declared a state of public emergency for just 82 days as of the 25th of November, of which we're using those statistics. So you can imagine the threat from guns, gangs, and dons is still a significant concern, which continues, Mr. President and colleagues, to threaten public order and safety. Mr. President, this additional period will therefore allow the security forces the time to build on their operational and strategic momentum, as any discontinuation at this time will result in a reversal of the gains which have been made in this regard. Mr. President, so much has been said about the timing of these measures, but we have to assure the people of Jamaica and the Honourable Senate that we are confident in the efforts of the security forces so far. It is an uphill climb of which we must expect numerous obstacles. But it is for us in this Honourable Senate, Mr. President, to pull together cooperation and coordination for the protection of our people. Mr. President, these interventions are deemed necessary to work also in parallel with the other security initiatives. In the earlier part of my presentation, I was going into the zone of special operations, and I would have gone, Senator Brown, into a number of other initiatives to put in context. But these are collateral initiatives which we have implemented and which we intend to intensify over the coming months to support the work of the security forces in these areas. It is not beyond us. We have to, Mr. President, maintain law and order in our country. And so I welcome the submissions of my colleagues as we all look towards supporting these very important resolutions. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown.
Mr. President, thank you, sir. Let me acknowledge the positive approach adopted by the acting leader of government business in his presentation. At least he didn't set out to curse and condemn the opposition. And we welcome that, because that's how we get cooperation. That's how we work together. We did a quick check, Minister, and we know that you need 13 from your side, plus 1 from our side to make it pass. It would appear to us, and I may be wrong in my calculation, that you are 3 short today. I don't see Senator Webby, I don't see Senator Longmore, and I read on Twitter that the leader of the Senate is in Rabat, a beautiful city that I have also visited. So you're 3 short. And I ask myself, is the government really serious about getting the approval of the resolution when in the lower house the Prime Minister wasn't there? And I noticed, President, on the announcement sheet, 2 of the resolutions are under the name of the Prime Minister and 1 under the name of the Ministry of National Security. And I wonder why. Is there part of the Ministry of National Security being supervised by the Prime Minister, another part by the Minister who thinks that criminals are robbing people to pay lawyers?
Were they instructed to do so?
Minister,
Your MP.
Embarrassed. So I'm wondering what is happening in the national security architecture. Is it that some hold on, James. Is it that some parts are being supervised by the Prime Minister and some by the Minister? Or is it that the Prime Minister doesn't have all the confidence in the Minister, so he brings the state of emergencies
That could be.
under his name, under the office of the Prime Minister, while he gives Minister Chang 1 part? So there needs to be some consistency. And there needs to be attention by presence in the chambers so you can be assured of the passage. In the other place, Dr. Peter Phillips and his team cooperated. And there was a compromise. Instead of 90 days, we have agreed to 30. Because the truth be told is that this SOE thing not really working. And when we say it's not working, we're not supporting the criminals. We are opposed to the criminals. We want to see them put away according to law. But the truth is, they are outsmarting this government. The truth is, they continue to win because the government and its response has been clueless. You have failed in that major promise made to the nation before you took the reign of power at a time when the murder in the country was less than 1,200. You made a solemn commitment to the people. If you vote for the JLP, you'll be able to sleep with your windows and doors open. And you'll be able to wake up in the morning alive, as if you could wake up any other way other than being alive. And all you need to do to assure that is vote for the JLP. The truth is, that's not working. You ran up to 1,600 plus after your first year of 1,300. You came back down to 1,287, and now you're on your way back up. And your way back up with more states of emergencies. The truth is, Mr. President, that using the police data as of Saturday last, we have 1,249 murders, which is 27 more people killed, murdered, than the same time last year, with less states of emergencies. That's not my data. That's the police data. That amounts to 2.2% more people murdered this year compared to the same time last year. Last time I spoke on these resolutions, I made it clear that far from the clapping of deaths, that there are less murders in the so-called zone. In the country as a whole, the country that the government has responsibility for, there are more people dying. I remember it was in 2010, one lady in Tivoli Garden coined the term, people are dead in round here. They are dead in round here. And I think the government needs to appreciate that more people are dead in Jamaica this year than last year. And if Senator Webby was here, I'd ask him, as a chairman of a board, Senator Webby, are those numbers going in the right direction? And the answer, if there is honesty, must be no, it's not going in the right direction. And maybe, Minister, that's why I say more need to be done. But as we say more need to be done, we need to accept and acknowledge that what is being done is not really working. What sense does it make to be beating the death that in the state of emergency we see some numbers that says less, but next door the numbers gone up? But we don't have to go next door for the numbers to go up. The other day in Waterford, St. Catherine, where a state of emergency exists, 3 members of a family were brutally murdered. I hear they are related to a person in the political field. And my condolences goes out to him and his family. But the sad reality is that in that state of emergency, 3 person, including a 74-year-old lady, was gunned down. And I would expect, as in developed countries and countries serious, that those persons would have been caught by now. I wouldn't have a sense of who did it and be on their track to bring them to justice. But sadly, as so often happens, these people get away. And the SOE not helping us. President, Dover St. Catherine, Kitson Town, that too is in a state of emergency. People just enjoying themselves in the rural district. Whether 8 or 9 was shot, whether 4 or 5, because there's a report that another body was found. But the state of emergency didn't stop that. Didn't stop the criminals from roaming and the mayhem. Something must be wrong. So it requires us to not to beat the desk in support, but to find out where we are failing and stop blaming others. So we blame is that the criminals thieving and robbing to pay lawyers. We hear that the country is safer than others. We blame other people for the fact that we are failing as a government to do what is right to check the thing. President, I could go around and say a friend of ours, Mr. Kevin Brown, and his family don't mind we calling his name, driving on the bypass Chesterfield, murdered in the night. Security guard in Stony Hill, murdered. Thank God they nearly catch those, but nearly don't kill bird. You say a lady in Junction, St. Elizabeth? Mountain View Avenue, 4 o'clock. A lady was murdered. Nowhere is safe. And President, a lady in Tropical Plaza in the middle of the day. The criminals are so smart. Their techniques outsmarting the police. Went up to our Center Ronnie and just rob her, beat her up as if it's a domestic affair. And sadly, we in the country believe it's okay if it's a domestic affair. Wrong. But then guess what happened? They robbed her there and they got away. And they will do it again. We hear Cherry Gardens, black vehicle driving up and down, robbing people. Nowhere is safe in the country. And then there are photographs going around, Mr. President, of members of the security forces at a checkpoint falling asleep because they are overworked. They're tired and they can't go anymore. And in doing this, I am calling upon the Commissioner and the Chief of Staff to consider the state of the people in the security forces, how stressed out they are by the deployment. In other words, I'm making the case, Mr. President, that this country is not safe. It's not as safe as it was a couple of years ago. It's gotten worse. And I've said it over and over, and I repeat, the people are living in fear. You drive on the road in the nights, President. Less people on the road. As soon as they can go into them yard, they're saying it's couch time and not going on the road. Ladies with the car, free to drive. Get a report. one had to go to a meeting in St. Anne's, and she's scared of driving to St. Anne's. And what is making it worse, President and colleagues, is that a lot of people sending around voice notes that goes viral. One such voice note talk about events on Mount Rasa. I dismiss it. But when I see what happened to Kevin Brown and Chesterfield, and then you get another voice note saying, oh, Sunday night I was driving there and I see people come out of the bush. You have to begin to ask yourself, is this real? Men from flankers reach as far as Scotches at Draxall. And thank God they couldn't drive as well. And a motor vehicle accident took them out. Well, you probably know more, but I'm not going down your lane. The lane I'm going down is a country where our citizens are in fear. And we have a duty to tackle it. And part of that duty is to get our security forces to a point where they can apprehend the criminals. Because if the criminals realize that they are likely to be apprehended, whether by way of arrest or shootout, in which we hope they lose, if the people don't feel that the police and the soldiers and the government security apparatus is on top, we're in trouble. Let me give you an example where people just don't have the confidence in the leadership of the security forces, because I believe the men and women of the security force, properly motivated, can tackle this crime situation. I believe the leadership have failed. All they want to do is recommend a next state of emergency or a next 7 Zozo. They are failures in my book. They are failures in my book. President, on the 27th of September, we sat in the Senate. A message came through that a business place in Santa Cruz was robbed at about 11 o'clock or a little after 11 o'clock in the broad daylight. The people who robbed went into the business place with guns. They didn't even wear masks. And they were captured on CCTV. One would think that should make it easier for apprehension. So we have the end of September, so we have October, November, now we're into the second week of December. Call it 10 weeks after. Why haven't they been apprehended? They have absconded the country? Or our security forces are incapable of doing that? 2 guys bombed the Boston Marathon. And within 24 hours, the police could say, oh, Storm and Harry. Not use Storm, because the president used Storm something. But it is such and such. They are able to track them down, bring them to justice, take them through the court system, and punish them appropriately. Why our country, when the government boasts about how much they spend on national security, is not having that impact? We have to ask ourselves, Senator Charles, how can we together, opposition, government, civil society, academic, bring this to an end, solve the problem? But I get the sense, I'm talking frankly, I get the sense that the government realize that the SOE is not working. Government members realize it, but the government wants to blame the opposition for voting against it. I don't like it. It may not be so in your perception. But the people out there are thinking that the reason why you're prolonging it is what you did earlier today. Not so because I think you copied from somebody else. Not a person, but I just simply saying, I hear it elsewhere, and you're repeating it. That because we end the SOE was ended in Montego Bay, it means that crime step up. You know what that tells me, Minister and colleagues? And think about it. It says that all that year-long SOE was ineffective. It doesn't give us the sustainability. You will have to keep it for 7 years. And for the rest of your life. Because as you ease it up, it busts out. It busts out because you have not mashed it down. You have not conquered the gangs. You have not gotten all the guns in. That's the reality. It's not working. In other words, you should be at a point to say, we have smashed the enemies. We have defeated the enemies. But you can't say that. It's easier to blame the opposition and say you voted against it. Of course we did, because you're abusing it, right? And so, blame the opposition. So this game, Prime Minister abroad, he didn't come to the House. House leader absent, Senate leader absent. The game is, let's blame the opposition. Let's trap them. Let them vote against it. And then we say it's them. Because it wouldn't be the first time you play politics with crime, you know. We did it in 2015 and 2016 when we said, if you want to go to your bed and leave your doors and windows open and wake up in the morning and still be alive, then just vote for the Labour Party. Well, the people voted for the Labour Party. They voted for the Labour Party, and crime is running unabated. You ask anybody in this chamber, anybody, including on your side, do you really feel safe driving on the roads in the night? I'm talking here those who don't have no close protection officers. Even close protection officers don't see you? You would know, so. So, Mr. President, the issue we face here is it's time to admit that the SOEs and the ZOZO and the approach to the crime fighting is just not working. And that it's time for us to come together and find better ways. If you can't do it, we are prepared to do it. And we will say to the people, we have done it before, and we can bring it safer again. Mr. President, yeah, and we did better than you're doing now. And we did better than you're doing now. But I don't want to get into you versus us. I want to get into us as a country coming together to win the fight against the criminals. And if you're not leading it, our leader is prepared to lead that process. Mr. President, workers come to me and complain. In the middle of this SOE, they go into Portmore. They get the pay. They go to the ATM machine. They pull a little bit out. And they go home. And then the next go back to the ATM machine. And all the money gone. In the middle of the SOE, the cloners are at work. And you know something around it, Senator Brian? In this, there's some unfairness to the poor people whose money. If you have a debit card and the money is cloned from a debit card, the speed with which the bank tackle that is a turtle space. If you use a credit card, which is their money, they quickly track that, provide the camera footage, and tackle it. And I'm making a call to the banks to treat people with debit cards, money they work for, earn, and put in the bank, with the same alacrity that you treat your credit card people. It's one thing to be fair of the gunman, but when the institutions of the society in which we put confidence is letting down the people, as that worker told me the other day, she have her children. She worked some overtime, so her pay wasn't even bigger that month, and all that gone. So if it's not the gunman, it's the scammers. And then the banks not helping. I want to make a plea today under the issue of crime fighting for the banks to treat with the same attention debit card holders as they treat with their credit card holders. Our people need protection. And I hope, Senator Charles, that you will join me in this call on behalf of all of us in the Senate to say to the banks, every dollar, whether your dollar or Ms. Claudette's dollar, is important, and it should be protected from scammers. Because sometimes the scamming is what feed not lawyers, but feed the gunmen out there. The minister, I hope the Minister of National Security will make that connection too, and leave the lawyers out. Because I want to protect my friend, Senator Sinclair. I want to protect my friend, Senator Sinclair. It don't matter. I want to protect my lawyer friends and my non-lawyer friends. Because the minister never say PNP lawyers or JLP lawyers or no P lawyers. Him say all lawyers. Him say all lawyers. So you have a minister who seems to be, you have a couple of ministers who seems to have, let me leave that out. But Chuck doesn't speak it right, Chang doesn't speak it right, and I'm going to have to ask Teddy Lee what is the connection between the two of them. Whereas, I say Teddy Lee says something about Matthew too, you know, and some other people. But Teddy Lee is my source of intelligence. He says, if you're, I tell you after, President. I tell you after. I don't want everybody to know my source. So, President, I close by saying, as we enter the Christmas season, and more of our people are dying by the guns, dying at the hands of criminals, let us unite. Let us fight together. Let us be prepared to review the tools we have been using. Let us be prepared to admit that these tools aren't working. I'm going to say something a little controversial. If it is working so good in those areas, why you don't extend it to the whole country? Where the murder rate would come down 57 and 90 and 80%. That's why we need to usher you out. Because you want to come to an authoritarian state. And I'm not in for that. So, Mr. President, the opposition has contemplated what is our position on this extension. And given the spirit of Senator Charles today and your approach, you have moved me to give you the support for the 30 days. I'm tired of cussing the bully. No, it's who caused the bully. Don't worry about it. So your approach has said to me, if the government is short, give them the support. Not for a good cause. Give them the support. So you have my own today. I'm not going to abstain. I'm not going to walk out. I'm going to stay here. Not because it's working. Not because it's, not because it's working. Not because it's working. It's not working. We're fooling ourselves that it hold down some in part of St. Catherine, but it busts up in Manchester. Or it busts up in some part of St. Andrew. I ask the government, rethink this strategy. Stop relying on the advice of those leaders in the security force who have advised you nothing but this. I remember, and I'm closing with this, President, I remember before you go to the state of emergency, the National Security Advisor advised that you must clamp down on tint and cars. I want the front bench to hear me. Yeah. I want the front bench. Since Kavan coming, they disturb the front bench. And they're not listening. Minister. Minister, I want you to hear this. I remember when the National Security Advisor advised, because I was at a meeting at Jamaica, so I think Senator Morgan wasn't senator then, but he might have been in that partnership meeting. When they advised that to deal with public order, you need to take off the tints of the vehicles. And I kind of said, well, all right, give them a chance. They take off tints in every parish. I think the tints have come back. But the problem wasn't the tints. I see you set up a big unit, but the disorder on the streets. President, I don't know if you drive a lot around the country, but the road code is my guide. So I don't expect anybody to be undertaking me on the left. But now when I drive, I better look in my left mirror to see who is coming at what speed. I need to look who is way over the right hand and who is going to swing come across. The order on the street. The order on the street does not exist. That disorder has not been cauterized by the policies of the government. And in a funny way, it is these little broken windows that lead to the massive crime. And if we're not tackling the broken windows, we're in big, big trouble. This opposition has called a summit. This opposition has called for cooperation with the government. We assure you today that we will still reflect that cooperation, but we are not happy with the results of your performance. Time for you to wheel and come again. The SOEs, the ZOZOs are not working. The soldiers and the police are burnt out. They are burnt out. The people are losing confidence. You have no other alternative, so we say to you, maybe over the Christmas period, you get a 1 month, let's sit down together. This opposition is willing to do that with you. The country needs it. It wants to feel safe. It wants the lady to go to church and feel safe. It wants the children to be able to go to school and feel safe. Dengue is killing enough of us already. The road traffic situation is killing enough of us. Let's find a way to stop the murders, which is higher than last year. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I sat here listening to my friend, Senator Brown. And, you know, on a previous occasion, you had directed him when he was commenting and speaking and calling names. You had given him some guidance. I thought you would have done so again today.
Well, he prefaced it by saying that he had the
No, not for the names, Mr. President. But, you know, there are some things that persons should leave alone and leave for the investigations to be done. Because comments were made in respect to some incidents that would have taken place. But I'm happy that he has highlighted those incidents, because it says to all of us that we have a very serious problem on our hands. And you know, what I'm concerned about his comments is also that he went on to say that the policymakers, the government, the executive, should not act on the advice of the security forces. I don't understand that comment. Because I would believe across administrations, and Senator Knight sat in a position where he was once Minister of National Security. And I'm certain that when you sat there, Senator Knight, you would have acted on the advice of the leaders of your security forces. Yes. You know, so that gave me a little bit of concern. But I just want to read, because there was a comment that was made by a former Minister of National Security. And we are told that we always take it out of context. But I listened to it just last night and wrote down all the words that were said. And these were the words, Mr. President. And this is from former Minister of National Security, Peter Bunting, Mr. Peter Bunting. He said, after 15 months, I am convinced that the best efforts of the security forces by itself will not solve the crime problem in Jamaica. But it will take divine intervention, touching the hearts of a wide cross-section of society. Amen. I am not embarrassed to say, as Minister of National Security, I am going through a dark night of the soul, because we are trying very hard at the ministry. I see the men and women of the security forces trying very hard, working night and day, long hours. I see the leadership capable, the leadership of the security forces he's referring to, capable, competent, professional, both of the police and military. So much effort is being made, and yet so little headway. Such slow headway is coming out in the statistics. That was former Minister of National Security, Peter Bunting. And at that time, in 2013, Mr. President, he had Unite for Change and his other programs. But he went on to tell the public in a statement in 2013, a statement by the Minister of National Security, Honourable Peter Bunting, Member of Parliament, Minister of National Security, September 4, 2013. He says there was an increase in the number of murders during the months of July and August 2013. For the period June 30 to August 31st this year, there were 251 murders at an average of 4 murders per day, which represents an increase in the average daily rate when compared with the first half of the year, up to June 29, when the average daily murder rate was 2.9. It also represents an increase on the 197 murders that occurred in the corresponding 2-month period in 2012. The police divisions where the highest number of murders occur are St. James 35, St. Catherine North 29, Clarendon 25, Westmoreland 21, St. Andrew South 18, St. Catherine South 17, and West Kingston 15. Mr. President, at that time, what was being put on the ground, and he had spoken about it, put more boots on the ground, have joint military operations with the Jamaica Constabulary. What we experienced during that time, in spite of the heightened activity of the military and the JCF in St. James, Westmoreland, and Honourable, that there was an increase in murder. Between 2012 to 2016, there was a 20% increase year on year in murder in St. James. And then it spiked at the 345. Well, we got a state of emergency, which reduced, and we have not gone back to those levels. So what I take away from it, Mr. President, and when you look on Hanover as well as in Westmoreland, is that the implementation of a state of emergency outside of the divine intervention is something more that has reduced in those parishes. And the reports have been given by the acting House leader today that you have had significant reductions in relation to murder and shooting. So, in effect, the state of emergency is effective. It is saving lives of citizens of Jamaica. So, Mr. President, I stand here to give my firm 100% support for the extension of the state of emergency. What I have as a concern, though, is that in the lower house, instead of the usual 90-day extension, coming from the opposition, there was a proposal for 30 days. So that brings us back here in a very short period of time. Does that give the security forces the time that is needed in order for certain other things to be implemented? And the administration is acting and doing things with alacrity. What has brought us to this situation never occurred in a short period of time. Never occurred in a short period of time, madam. So it is something that obviously is going to take some time. You're going to talk about even changing the attitude of persons that have been brought up with a particular thought process. You know, so the extension is not a problem for me. In fact, we hear discussions that go on as to whether it should be for a short period or for how long the state of emergency should continue. I heard the Prime Minister comment to say that state of emergency should go on for an extended period. Well, 5 years or 7 years. That may not necessarily be viewed as being a long period of time. We have to look at it in the context. I've heard persons who are just ordinary citizens of this country who say that the state of emergency should go on forever because they have seen the benefits of it. Because there are benefits to it. Well, they know because, and that is why I started out with a quote from former Minister of National Security, Peter Bunting. There's no quick fix to it. And he knows that. You know, Mr. President, when you look on the regulations under the Emergency Powers Act, you know, the regulations are very flexible, you know, very flexible. I hear comments that come from the opposition that says that persons are detained and they are locked up. If you look on how the regulations are drafted, it does not only speak to persons being kept in a lockup, you know. There are flexible regulations that can put sufficient control on persons without having them locked up. It's flexible. It exists. It exists, and what it speaks to is that the persons who are the managers of the regulations in the various divisions that the state of emergency exists, they have to look at it. It is a means of effectively controlling persons who may be a little wayward and giving problems in community, may not have the evidence in order to place them before a court, whether under the anti-gang or any other particular legislation. But it is sufficiently flexible for you to be able to manage those persons who exist within a space without necessarily having to lock them up. So it is something that I say that they should look at, the managers should look at in respect to how they manage the operations of the state of emergency within the various parishes. Mr. President, the Honourable Prime Minister has spoken on many occasions that we must respect the rights of the citizen. And even under the state of emergency, there are rules that one have to abide by. And you have to abide by it. It does not come across as being offensive. And Senator Knight, on the last occasion I spoke, and you asked me to be a little, you asked for some clarity on it. Regulation 30, which many of the persons are detained under, I put forward a proposal, even if it is not contained in the regulation. I am saying to the Commissioner of Police that he should provide appropriate instructions to say that if you detain a person under Regulation 30, that you must write your statement to show what reasonable cause you had for the detention of that person to satisfy the provision. Mr. President, the person detained has a right to appear before a tribunal. And they themselves must know why it is that they have been restricted in their movement. When you look on the detention orders that are signed by ministers set out why it is that first a detention order was made. But the equating provision or practice is not contained under Regulation 30. And so I have that concern, and I am saying here, as not only an attorney, not only as an attorney, somebody that has interfaced with the state of emergency and persons who have been detained under the state of emergency. I am saying that that must be operationalized, that statements must be written and made available. It is required by the tribunal, and the person who is detained has a right to apply to the tribunal once they have been detained. It is not inconsistent with the attitude of the Honourable Prime Minister, because he said, and he was quoted on December 5th, 2019, in the Observer, and I will read. Because of the frustration with the high level of crime, people will say, throw the law to the wind and go after the criminals. I have been told in the streets that, Prime Minister, you're too soft. You are to go there and let them feel it. I am sure that it is a sentiment here with many Jamaicans. But I want Jamaicans to understand that we don't fight savagery and incivility with savagery and incivility. We fight savagery and incivility with law and order and being civil in our country. So we are going to use the law and fight the criminals. This speaks to an approach that should be taken. And that is why I continue to make that call for the Regulation 30 to be practiced in a particular way. Mr. President, I had cause to have to represent someone at the tribunal. Person was detained on the 17th of November 2019 and was kept in custody at the Montego Bay lockup under the state of emergency. The objection was filed on his behalf on the 20th of November 2019. He got the opportunity of appearing before the tribunal, and I want to say that I must commend the tribunal that sits in the Western region on their attention to the matters and making themselves available. Walter Scott, QC, Justice Lloyd Hibbert, former judge of the Supreme Court, and also Mr. David Henry. I must commend them. David Henry, attorney at law, for Reverend David Henry, for their efforts at the tribunal. And they write the reports. Well, I never got them on the first occasion, but they have written reports on how they deal with the matters, setting out all the particular details and so forth. But in this particular case, and there have been several of them, because no statements are being written. So this particular individual got the opportunity of appearing before the tribunal on the 4th of December 2019. The representative for the Jamaica Constabulary Force was there. He applied for an adjournment of the matter on the basis that he had not completed his instructions and that he had no evidence to satisfy the provisions of Regulation 30. That is the attorney representing the Jamaica Constabulary. The application was opposed. The tribunal considered the application and its merits, but took the view that hearings into the notices of objections are to be heard in the shortest possible time, as the liberty of the citizen is at stake. The application was refused. Mr. Dawkins, representing the JCF, had neither witnesses nor statements and offered no evidence. What I'm saying by that, Mr. President, is that we have in place a measure that has been afforded to the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the Jamaica Defense Force to assist in the fighting of crime and violence. It has worked in the spaces that they have been implemented. In all the parishes, there has been a reduction in shooting and murder. I think the only report this year is that there is an increase in St. James. And we do recall when there was a suspension of the state of emergency at the commencement of the year. So it works. But I don't believe that it should work and work in a manner that is also has the potential to cause hurt to any other citizen to whom it should not hurt. It must hurt the people who are the producers of crime and violence throughout the parishes that it is implemented. And Mr. President, as I stand here and said clearly, I support the state of emergency's extension in the various parishes, in the divisions that they apply. I am again, as I said, calling for if not an amendment, how it is put to use. It should not be abused. Citizens should not be abused in any unnecessary way. Mr. President, with those few words, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Knight.
Thank you, President. President, it is not for the first time that I'm going to be supporting Senator Sinclair. And there are things that Senator Sinclair will say from time to time that cause me to be disturbed. But there are also things that he says that cause me to be pleased. And Senator Sinclair, the matter of Regulation 30. I'm going to rise again to support you on that. Now, if I may borrow an approach in another jurisdiction. When something like this has bipartisan support, it is my view that something ought to be done. It can't be that legislators have seen a lacuna, have made recommendations, and those who are responsible for the implementation can't find the way to accommodate this bipartisan agreement and approach. Because when you look at the reality of the situation, what do we have? It is that the power to detain, there can be only 3 bases on which the detention is carried out. Only 3, to my mind. 1, you detain someone based upon whim. That cannot be allowed. You detain someone based upon suspicion. That is not desirable, but it's not unknown to the powers given to security personnel. Or you detain someone based upon reasonable cause. What we are complaining about is that as it now is, there is room to argue factually that some detentions are based upon whim. That's wrong. That's wrong. If a detention is based upon suspicion, then say so. What has caused you to suspect this individual? It's not unknown to our jurisprudence and our jurisdiction, because if you remember when we had the unlawful possession of property legislation, the policeman would arrest on reasonable suspicion. I am not even putting reasonable before the suspicion. And I'm prepared to say, if you suspect because of the nature of the times, wrong though it may be, I'm prepared to give some relaxation in that regard. But if you suspect, say why. Why? So it can be examined to determine if the taking away of one's freedom ought to happen. If it is on reasonable cause, then say so. Both are suspicion and reasonable cause are capable of being explained so that the tribunal would have a basis on which to properly consider the circumstances of the detention. And the citizen would know. Because if you are arresting a citizen on a charge, unless, as it is said, it is clear to high heaven, the citizen must be told, why? Why am I being arrested? What have I done? If that is not done, then certain civil actions can flow. So I want to know, what is so difficult in ensuring that the citizen knows? I'm going to tell you a plus side to it. If the citizens know why they are being detained, the families will know. If the families know, the communities will know. If the communities know, the country will know. If families, communities, and country know that persons are not being detained on whimsical grounds, then they tend to be supportive. If the country supports, if there is a buy-in, then that is a plus. Because unless there is this widespread support, we're going to be in difficulty. So, Senator Sinclair, after this meeting of the Senate, I'm going to be asking you to cause us to speak together, because this is a Sinclair Night initiative. I tell you something, we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop until it is implemented. Not going to stop. It has to be. You can't just simply ignore something like that when an individual has a constitutional right to freedom. And you hear the applause? It means that we have support in here. And I see nodding heads over that side. Support for us. And they have designated us as the two spokespersons for the Senate. And we humbly accept, but we have to do something. Senator Sinclair, I thought I heard you to have said that the SOEs work. Did you? There is where I respectfully disagree. And I'm going to tell you why I respectfully disagree. If I go to the doctor, with an ailment, and the doctor prescribes a certain medicine, and the ailment continues unabated, but I don't die, but I'm still in jeopardy, could I say that the medicine is working? I think not. So then, if it is that the prescription for dealing with the upsurge in crime which threatens the society is the state of emergency, and we cannot say that there is an overall decline in murders, neither in number nor nature, then how can we say it's working? Can't be working. If it is that you say, well, it is working because had it not been for it, you would have been in a worse position, then I don't agree with the reasoning, because you're not getting better, but I can accept it. But when you tell me that the numbers have increased, the number of murders have increased this year to date over last year, how can you then say it is working? Granted, to be charitable, you say it is working if it doesn't increase. But if it increases, charity has to step aside. It's not working. And something, therefore, is wrong. Why are we defying if you do the same thing over and over and get a result? Don't expect a different result. I'm going to just make reference to something that a very famous commissioner of police of New York City said, Bill Bratton. He was said to have been working in tandem. Bill Bratton worked with Giuliani. B-R-A-T-T-O-N is Bratton.
You wouldn't understand that, kid.
You brat?
No.
You don't understand between Bratton and Bratton. You did say Bratton.
I said Bratton. I have it written down here. I have the name written down. I looked at the book last night. It's named Turnaround. And this is what, in 1993, before taking on the post of commissioner, Bill Bratton said. He said, we are reacting to crime, not reducing nor preventing it. We are in this position. We are reacting. And then Bratton said how he was going to face the problem with which New York City had been confronted. And he said, we will fight for every house in this city. We will fight for every street. We will fight for every borough, and we will win. For borough, for borough, we will say community. Now, what I am not seeing is an approach which signals that we are fighting for every house, that we are fighting for every street, and that we are fighting for every community. And I don't see a resolve that we will win. The resolve seems to be, and if it works, we are happy. If it doesn't, we have done our best. It's not so. It's not so. There are certain thoughts that I have, and I'm going to say them. We have 5 persons in the society today who have had an opportunity to try to win every house, win every street, and win every community at the policy level. There are former Minister Peter Bunting, former Minister Bobby Montague, former Minister Peter Phillips, former Minister K.D. Knight, and the present Minister Horace Chang. And Derek. Thank you. Yes, wait, all of these others are in the Parliament. And former Minister Derek Smith. Yes. Tell me if I am getting crazy. 6 of us have tried. But each one has had some success somewhere along the line. Am I totally crazy by saying that one of the points at which we should try to converge is that those 6 persons should spend 3 days, a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday, together at their own expense on a retreat, and see if the 6 of us can pick out of what we had been doing something successful, and see if we can bring those together for the good of the country. I am prepared to pay my own expense. And I am certain that all others would be so prepared, and to give that time for my people. And incidentally for myself. Senator Sinclair, you're a great coordinator. See if you can bring this team together. And of course, you would be the legal advisor. He would be the legal advisor. I really think we should do something like that. We have also, in the society now, several commissioners of police. So we have the policy level, and the operational level. Could they meet? Then we have chiefs of defense staff. Could they meet? And then let's look at it. If the three groupings meet, the policy people and the operational experts, if then there could be a meeting of those, the operations and policy, do you believe something good could come out of it? If something good could come out of it, let's try it. Let's try it. Because I understand, how we attack the Minister of National Security, because I came under it. Minister Chang is living a charmed existence. A charmed existence. I wasn't so fortunate. Let me tell you something else. The police force, something isn't right. We have able personnel there, but something is not right. It has to operate as a unit. Something not right. The last time we had a management audit of the police force, to my recollection, it was in the 90s. And coming out of that management audit is what was called the Hearst Report. And it was a comprehensive look at how to organize the police force, what units we needed, and to get best results. Sometimes times have changed. And so I think there is now the need for a management audit of the police force again. I think so. Let's look, for example, at how we deploy police personnel. Sometimes I don't know if it makes much sense, because you look in New Kingston, and this is a part of the whole concept of police presence and community policing. You see 5 standing one place, 5 looking in the same direction, 5 seeming aimless, 5, not one has a book in his or her hand. I've never seen one taking a note. I observed this, write it down. I've never seen it. So maybe those in command need to ensure that there is some better training for deployed policemen. I'm going to give you an experience I had this morning right here. When this Senate and the Parliament is in session, they block the street down there, Charles Street. No, Charles Street is that one. Whatever it's named. They block it right below here. Sutton and Charles. They block Sutton Street. So no traffic can come up, and it's a one-way street. And my question is, I saw about 4 policemen up at the block at Charles, at Sutton. No, that's a Charles. Yes. You saw? Yes. And let me tell you, Minister, what caused me a little concern? You block streets either to control traffic of vehicles or persons. You don't have any other reason to it. You block down there so cars can come up. At the traffic light, vehicles traveling along Charles Street can't turn left because it's a one-way street. They never do. It's a one-way street. So why you have 4 policemen up there manning that block? What is the purpose of it? What's the purpose? Tell me. And one is a sergeant of police. So tell me, what is he doing up there? And tell me why, since this is for safety of persons at the parliament, and since you block off down there, tell me why I can't turn left to come to the garage. Tell me. Why can't I turn left there to come to the garage? Because I'm not encountering any vehicles coming through. Why? So sometimes we have policemen in position. Quite frankly, I wasn't driving. If I was driving this morning, I come through. No, I would, and I would for one reason. I may be charged, you know, and I will go to court and explain. To show that sometimes we do things that are unnecessary and get no positive results from so doing. So one of the things I looked at further, I go to Montego Bay. I go to court down there. And I pass through a checkpoint. And I see some soldiers manning the checkpoint, and I see some police vehicles on the side, and a whole set of policemen doing what? Doing what? Doing what? Are we deploying the personnel properly? Then I drive further, I don't see any police. I don't see any, Senator Sinclair. Where them there? You drive on these streets, they're not there. So if we are talking about presence, we need to look at how the troops are deployed. We have to. Then we tend sometimes to talk about police mobility. I think I said this in here already. There was a report called the Tower Report. And the Tower Report in the United States of America spoke to this, that one of the problems that existed that caused some crimes to get out of control was that policemen policed from motor cars. They lost touch with the people. They drive through, up and down. So we have to look now at, it's not just a cry for more motor vehicles. They got 813 one time, 1996. Look at the statistics to see how effective that was. It's not just getting motor vehicles. It's how they deploy, where you use them, when you use them. When you use them. It don't make sense in like Kingston and Spanish Town and Montego Bay, Maypen, to have a whole lot of police car on the street at peak hours. What do you have them for? What do you have them for? So how we deploy resources is another issue. You know what you need at that time? At that time you need motorcycle. Motorcycle and beat. Because the motor cars can assist. If they see somebody robbing somebody, shoot at somebody, they can't even get out. Imagine something like that happening up Tom Redcamp. How they going to get out of that traffic? 2 lanes, where they going to travel? But a motorcyclist could. So we have to use some more savvy in how we deploy personnel and resources. But you see, I don't see enough. And I'm going to tell you something. Make sure that when you acquire the motorcycle, I made that mistake. Acquire 61 times. The high command knew they were coming. When they come, no riders. They not train nobody to ride them. Them up a mobile reserve for a long time. Then some people said at the time, boy, the motorcycle them too small, they want Kawasaki. We send go Texas to buy Kawasaki. And you have to use a magnifying glass to find one of the telescope to find one of the Kawasaki them on the road. They became pets for those to whom they were assigned, not to be overused in policing, lest they be damaged. Yes. So we got to know what we're doing. No, that's not perhaps an experience which Minister Chang has had. It's one I have had, but perhaps it's happening and he doesn't know. If we meet, we can talk about things like that. I hear the Commissioner of Police, for example, says there's going to be a technological explosion in the police force. And I applaud him. But it might be in his mind only. Because there are certain technological instruments. Don't give it to me. I don't know how to use it. Don't give it to me. If you insist that I'm to get it, then I must insist that you got to train me. I don't hear, for example, the minister talking about an explosion in training opportunities or an explosion in intake of persons with that kind of expertise. So you acquire, but you can't use. We need a management audit. Let me tell you, you don't change culture overnight. But there are some cultural changes that are necessary within these organizations. And unless you get the cultural change, you're not going to get the results. You're not. I don't know if this system still exists, where, for example, after training school, constable comes out, spends a year under the guidance of a corporal or above. At the end of the year, goes back into training school. That's a part of the training program. I don't know if it still exists, but it's necessary. It was a good program. That's how you're going to get change. Because if they leave training school and just come out, never go back for 10 years, they become absorbed by the culture. Diffusion takes place from the culture to them. So, whilst we are discussing SOEs, it is necessary for us to look at other aspects. Oh no.
Just to take up the time till the 1:20, and
Yes.
I agree with you, Senator Knight. It fascinates me that I can leave from where I am at 9 o'clock at night and drive from Constant Spring to the airport, pick up a passenger and drive back home, and don't see a police car on the road. It is remarkable to me. Speaker's time on 1:20.
Yes, so, Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, we ask that he be permitted sufficient time to complete his presentation. Also, the time now being, call it 1:20, or approximately 1:20. We ask for the suspension of standing orders to permit us to carry on the business of the Senate beyond that time.
Thank you, Minister. Those in favor?
Thank you, my fellow senators. You see that car thing? I told you we bought 813 cars one time. And you still can't see no car on the street. Minister Chan, I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm just telling you what I did. Me and my security people, at night time, I drive going to communities, go over Portmore. You know what I'm looking for? Police car. Looking for police car at night time because they're police home. And when I see them, I take down the number, I take down the address, and the following morning as daylight, I tell the commissioner. Because I can't do nothing about it other than through the commissioner. So, you have vehicles, new vehicles, and the rank and file will tell you. When I'm not nobody, may I tell you what was, me and if it is. Big man, as new car come, big man take new car. And old car gone to the station. So it broke down again. And the station complained them not have no vehicle, though we just buy 813. So there are certain things that we need to do. And the policymaker has a responsibility there. The policymaker cannot just sit down in the ministry. He got to be out on the road too, seeing what is happening, taking notes and telling the person in charge of operation don't stop no policeman, because he don't have no authority. We talk about people leaving communities where you have SOE and Zozo and things. Let me tell you something. That's real. It's not imagined. You have to do something about it. Your operational initiatives now must respond to that. But what you have to understand is, you pick up a pattern where crime increase when it is here. So that you set a net when you put in certain initiatives. You have to do that. Add a big map of the corporate area and a whole heap of thumbtack. And any time them had these initiatives, and also I may read the reports, and the reports show that crime go up in another area. Me put a thumbtack. Red for this, green for that, blue for the other, black for that. So that when I meet with the commissioner of police, I am not operations, but I'm not divorced from it. I'm not to meddle in it. But I have to say to him, Commissioner, this is what my map tell me. What plans do you have for it? Are you ever going to buy some helicopters? Yes, we bought 5. But the police did vex, that is the soldiers, them have it. May I tell you? Me stay in my office and me hear gunshot a bus. And me call Commissioner, Mr. Commissioner, gunshot a bus over so. And me not see no helicopter up there. He says, all right, Minister. Me call Chief of Staff, Mr. Chief, gunshot a bus there. And me not see no helicopter. He said, Minister, we only react if the police ask us to. So we buy helicopter for police and soldiers to protect community and people. And it don't happen. It doesn't happen. So, you know, we sit down in here, we beat up with gums. Some of these things new ministers don't know. They don't. Me never know it. I never know it. So we need a holistic approach using all the expertise available to us, regardless of political colors or persuasion. Because at the end of the day, Senator Longmore's green apparel and Senator Scott Motley's red apparel don't mean nothing. Don't mean a thing. One day you wear this, next day she wear that. I have a green tie, I'm going to wear it. Some Tivoli ladies gave it to me during the Manhattan Choir. I'm going to wear it. I still have it. I'm going to wear it. Why you going into my business?
Senator Morris always wear a green tie, but nobody won't tell him.
Look here. Let me tell you why I don't like the SOE. Because for the SOE to be described as working, what we have to see is more intelligence-driven action. I don't see it. I don't see it. Because if you have more intelligence-driven action, Senator Sinclair wouldn't have to complain about Regulation 30. Because you would not be detaining people on whim. I don't know, Minister Chang, I don't criticize you, my brother. But I don't hear you talking about intelligence structures in place. We used to boast about the National Intelligence NIFDIC firearm, National Firearm and Drug Intelligence Unit, where we saw drugs and firearms as twin evils and focused on them. What are the evils you see and where is the focus you have placed? In intelligence, here is where Derek Smith would be helpful. Derek Smith and myself agreed. I went into other pastures before it could be implemented. But Derek Smith and myself agreed that, look here, we have an intelligence unit in the military, we have intelligence unit in the police force, but we don't have a civilian intelligence unit. And both organizations sometimes have great difficulty getting the kind of information needed. And we had agreed that one should be established. You cannot have too much intelligence. What you do then is have them working together. And we make a mistake oftentimes of believing that information is intelligence. Information is not intelligence. Intelligence has to be collated, analyzed, and then distributed. We trained 18 intelligence analysts one time, and where they end up. Some of them end up in a uniform, some end up in a this, some end up in a that. That's where now minister and commissioner must be mentally at one. Because minister can't deploy policemen. That's interference. But minister can set the policy for training. And minister can open the doors for the training. The commissioner selects the personnel. And they send them and train. When they come back, where they go, you don't know. So sometimes all that happens. That happens. I don't hear Dr. Chang talking about intelligence more than that the police are getting intelligence. No, Doc, I'm not saying that. We have to know what structure you have in place. How it works. How it fits into the whole crime fighting plan and strategy. Look here. Doc and myself met some time ago up by Marvelly. Why did we meet? Because we went to a community consultative committee anniversary, 20 years. And I talked about this thing already, they're going to talk about it again. If you don't get the communities involved, you get no information, you get no support, and the police are seen as aliens who descend upon them, lock up their relatives. You told me one time, Minister, that these were working. They're not working. You need them. Don't say it was a PNP initiative, because it wasn't. It wasn't my brainchild. It came out of the Wolf Report. The community consultative committees, the neighborhood watch program, Derek Smith, you could never open one, launch one in his constituency when he was in opposition and he wasn't there. Claude Clark, in government as a minister, Claude Clark said to me one time, he says, you can't follow KD, you know. If you follow KD, you want a neighborhood watch on every street. To his surprise, I said yes. That's how you take back the streets. That's what Bratton meant. And when you take back the streets, you take back the communities. So you need that. It's not just going out there with a gun and few man dead, and you say you get rid of some criminal gangsters. They're like amoebas. You cut off this and it just go back. And they reproduce by a thing called binary fusion. So when you do that, that's what happens. So, where is the program? I don't hear it being voiced. PALS, Peace and Love in Schools. Where is it? You need it. The minister must spearhead it. The Minister of Education must be beside him, must be his twin on it. Because he too has a role in fighting crime. Then, Doc, I hear you say that robbery's gone up because people are robbed for pay them lawyers. Doc, you are my brethren. May you get on well. And I respect you. And when I pray at night, I pray for security of the nation. So you would be involved in that prayer. But you see, when you say something like this, you're lucky I'm not a DC. Because if I was a DC, I come charge you for treason. That's a treasonous statement. Because it goes contrary to the Constitution. And you're setting up professionals. You're not. And then that it shows they don't understand what the law is. Because if someone robs another, the purpose being to pay his lawyer for services. My view is that the lawyer is guilty of an offense, and Ransford might agree. Because he is now the beneficiary of tainted property. And if he's a beneficiary of tainted property, then some liability would arise. So what you need to do is to get your policemen to investigate that. And having regard to the fact that as a person with a scientific background, you would proceed on things that are evidence-based. Come forward with the evidence. And you can't come forward with the evidence tomorrow. Because you said it yesterday. So I want the evidence today. And if you don't have the evidence, Doc, withdraw it. Withdraw it. Because offended a number of practitioners and a number of practitioners at the criminal bar. Because not all practitioners are at the criminal bar, but they are offended because you have demeaned their profession. And it's not right. And let me tell you something, Doc. Take it back. Apologize. And I'm going to remind you of something. Only big men can apologize. And I hold it to that gender simply because no females are involved. Because females also commit errors and big ones apologize. Is my brethren? Is my brethren? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Doc, when you talk about slight increases, don't talk about slight increases. Because it is as if you are saying, because we only have slight increases, your comfort level must not be disturbed. Slight increases means more fear. Lack of decrease means fear is still high. Don't pat yourself on your back for slight increases. Punish your mind by thinking harder as to how you can get the society into a positive frame of mind by reduction in crime. And then, I don't know, somebody told me that you said corruption is not the problem. I don't know if you said it, Doc. If you didn't say it, then, I would apologize. So let me just say it. And then if someone can't say they heard something like that, then I won't go any further. But someone said that coming out of some statement, they formed the impression that, all right, remove it from Doc. It was being said by someone that corruption is not the problem because criminals have more money than politicians. Whoever said that, your mind is totally convoluted. Corruption is a problem. It is a part of criminality. And criminality is the problem generally. Don't separate them. That's what causes a big problem, Where people say, you call me thief if I come from downtown, but you call me embezzler if you come from uptown. If you are corrupt, you're a darn criminal. If you are a thief, you're a darn criminal. And both of these darn criminals must be dealt with according to the criminal law. So, Doc, your man not out to business. If people tell you them things, at your business them telling you, don't talk it. So I'm going to finish. The presentation, not the thoughts. We talk about traffic. We're bringing a highway patrol. Where is it? Where is it? What happened to the highway patrol? We have more highways now than we had when it was brought in. But we have less patrols. Don't make sense. And yet there's a connection between traffic control and the arrest of criminals. Detection and arrest. What happened to it? Oh boy. Doc, you see these drivers out there, a lot of them have no idea what the road code is. So I tell you what, you see you give them a ticket and they pay the ticket, they go back out there, they still don't know the road code. You send them to court and they pay some money and they come back and drive, they still don't know the road code. When the ticketing system was conceived, what was to be an appendage to it, but has not happened, is that there should be established what we call driving schools. Driving schools. So instead of just recycle this guy who don't know the road code, he has to go to the driving school after he has amassed a certain number of points. And if he can't pass the driving test, he don't come back out as a driver. We need to add on where things are put in place with the expectation of add-ons. We must do it. Because if we don't do it, then we're dooming that thing to failure. And the traffic ticket system has not been as successful as one would have wanted it to be and one would have thought it would have been, because the add-on's not there. And for the school, 1 year now. Look here, the final thing now. The final thing. Crime is a social problem. That's what it is. And the way in which the social scientists treat social problems is in a comprehensive way, and they look at behavior tendencies and how behavior can be altered. They look at psychological issues and see how that can be dealt with by the trained mind. There is an audience that I can almost call captive for that. When we passed the Bail Act, one of the things we put in it was provision for bail centers. What we did was we went and we spoke with churches and so on, and with the churches to see if we could work with them for the establishment of these centers. Because when you give a youth bail, he come back out into the same environment, the same exposure, the same behavior, the same socialization, and no opportunity for change. And then you say to him, report to the police station between 7 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock. Or keep off the street after 6 o'clock under a curfew order. What we need to do is to use something like that. When a guy get bail, send him to bail center, have sociologists, have psychologists there to see how you can bring about behavioral change. It has to be comprehensive. So when I call for a crime plan, I'm not being mischievous. I'm trying to take a holistic approach and willing, with whatever little knowledge I have, willing to be a part of it. Call me in, I will come. You don't have to charge. I'm not going to charge you no money to come. So you don't have to do nothing wrong to pay me. And I'm not coming as a criminal lawyer. I'm coming as a concerned citizen. We need to get concerned citizens together who have whatever expertise can help. And don't believe that any government know it all or any opposition know it all or any one of us in here, singly or collectively, have all the answers. We don't. Reach out. People want to help.
May I have a moment, Mr. President? Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much, Senator Knight. Senator Scott Martin.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Mr. President, I firstly want to say how delighted I am that the several fishermen from White House in Westmoreland have been located in Mexico. I also want to convey my sympathy to the people of Dover in St. Catherine, who suffered serious loss and grief when 9 people were shot and 4 were killed. I add to that my sympathy to the family of the People's National Party, who lost a member of the Patriots this week to violence. And I raise this, Mr. President, within the context of the debate, because it is necessary all the time to highlight that where persons are mourning or persons are suffering, you don't have to know the people or to be personally involved to feel a sense of remorse and to feel sympathy towards them. So that whenever anybody is murdered, whenever anybody dies by tragic means, whenever anybody dies from the dengue, any child, the nation is impacted. We all feel it. And the fear which women in particular feel when they venture on the roads now is real. It has been a challenge for many, many decades as to how we deal with that. But one of the things that I'm very, very clear about is that you cannot solve the problem of crime through repressive means. If you could, with a state of emergency in place in St. Catherine, brazen gunmen would not have gone to that bar and shot 9 persons. If you could, that shopkeeper now would not be telling us that he will never open that shop again because the memories have so impacted him that he couldn't stand to go in there. And if you could use repressive measures, gunmen would not go just outside of a checkpoint and kill 4 people and move along. We have to think differently. Man's liberty, man's life and liberty put together are the 2 most significant things to humanity. And so while we want to protect life, we must be very conscious of a desire for liberty. It is a government who has to balance all the interests and use restraint in the application of force. Senator Sinclair earlier in his presentation made reference to something that the Prime Minister said and his response to being urged to use savagery. He says we cannot use savagery, we must use civility. And it's not a direct quote, but he made reference to the use of the law. I sat there and all I felt was a strong sense of dismay, because I had to ask myself whether the Prime Minister considers the Constitution as being part of the law. Because by now, it must be pellucid that this state of emergency breaches the Constitution. Eminent counsel, Dr. Lloyd Barnett, Queen's Counsel, and R.N.A. Henriquez, Queen's Counsel, have unsolicited written their legal opinion.
I think even Frank did too.
There is no attorney who is worth their salt, no person who has been enrolled in the Supreme Court to practice as an attorney at law who by now does not see that it breaches the Constitution. The Prime Minister has never been a constitutionalist, mind you. The records and the court cases have so found. But I'm hoping that somewhere, somehow, some well-thinking persons who sit across the aisle will begin to look at this thing differently. The Minister, when he opened, pointed to some statistics. And I think, Minister, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you said that in the Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James area, between July 7th and November 27th, we had 2,335 detained, and 2,181 of those persons were released. By my calculation, it means that over that period from July to November, which is what, 5 months, we had 154 people who were charged with any offense across 3 parishes. So if we had, for 5 months, it means that approximately 30 or so people were charged. And if you split it up across the 3 parishes, you will see that it's not such an amazing figure. In fact, if you interrogate the court statistics, the data, and I invite you to do so, you will see that it is really not a significant amount. When you think about cases that are disposed of and cases that enter the system, I submit that in these 3 parishes, it is not a significant amount. So you're talking 30 per month, and you said you divide it by 3 parishes just for convenience. It's 10 a month. What I am concerned about and why I decided to rise to speak is the 2,181 who were released. The 2,181 who were released. Those persons who were obviously detained on a whim. Those persons who Senator Sinclair would not like to see detained in that way. Those persons who are clearly detained without any intelligence on the part of the authorities. What has happened to them? And what has happened to their lives? When you contrast the amount of persons who have been charged, and not all with serious offenses, and you look at the persons who are detained, whose liberty was taken from them, and some of them who have suffered such serious economic loss for the entire family, so that their lives have been hampered. You have to have a different kind of evaluation. Do not for a moment forget, that we who sit here are privileged. We who sit in the parliament are privileged. If we have a child who drives out there in a state of emergency and is apprehended, we know who to call and we know what to do. For those others who are profiled, innocent, church-going, well-thinking young men, ambitious, looking forward to them life, counting off how much exams they have left in front of them and what they are going to do with their future. When they get picked up because they have on a tattoo, because I gather now that tattooing, if you have a tattoo, you can't do certain things in this country according to one minister of government. So the PhD, if you have a tattoo, you have to forget about that. So let us put that person with a tattoo who looks like he has bleached skin or might be has bleached skin and whose hair is plaited but might have a PhD, and put him in the car. He, because of the profiling which takes place in our country, could be detained. I know personally of one instance in which a young man was taken off a bus. He was on his way to visit his grandmother. He was removed from Clarendon to Tamarind Farm, where it was difficult for his family to access him, because there are costs involved in all of that. He was detained for 3 weeks and then released without apology or anything at all. Nothing except time to go. When that young man had to go back to the police station to collect his belongings, he swore that every single thing would have to remain there. The fear and the revulsion which he had developed towards the police was overwhelming. There are those who respond in that way. There are those who get vicious and decide to kill everybody now because they have suffered risk to their life and their liberty. And I'm just appealing. I know that I've said it before, and obviously nobody has taken it into account, but I have a duty and a responsibility to say it. I'm appealing. I'm hoping that one day people can get away from the comfort of their position and their status to understand what the thousands of young men who have been detained, scraped up off the street, locked up for 3 weeks, subjected to inhumane conditions. I want one day that some of you can stop to think about them too. Because if you say this crusade is about saving lives, then you have to understand those that you are destroying. And if you say this crusade is about saving lives, you have to think about the monsters you are creating for the future. We will never be able to escape from it. My appeal is, you have 30 days. If it had gone to 90, there would have been personal consequences for me because I was going to vote for it. I can tell you, I never hid it. I was not going to vote for a 90-day extension again. I do not feel that the 2 years have been used wisely. I have driven through checkpoints, and there have been no checks. I see people, we talk about it all the time. People are now beginning to talk about it. You drive up to them and they look in your car. Suppose I had a gun in the car. Because we are not using technology to try and assist us in detecting the guns. Do you have anything? Do you have a firearm? Like seriously, if I had an illegal one, would I be telling you? I would be very calm, and when I drive through the checkpoint, I'll say, that was close. When when Portmore was first affected by the state of emergency, people were in a panic because most of the people you interact with or the people who work with you come from Portmore. They were in a panic. When the opposition lobbied for the extension of the opening hours, I noticed, well, now we can go to the cinema and so on, we can make sure we reach home in time. But I noticed a certain kind of laxity about the whole thing. You know what they told me? Oh, we know where the checkpoints are, so we just take a different route. Come on. You know what I was told, Minister? What happens is that they set somebody near to the checkpoint with a cell phone outside of outside in a place where soldiers can't see them. And that person, as a lookout, is constantly advising the criminals about the movement of the soldiers.
No strategy.
So every step you take in this state of emergency, the criminals are actually ahead of you in how they are planning. And I want to thank Senator Knight for the recommendations that he has made and for sharing some of his personal experiences as a minister with us. Because sometimes when you do that, it can help you to understand some of the things that you need to do and why some of your policies actually fail. In these 30 days, I beg of you, sit down and talk to some people outside of your supporters. Sit down and talk to some people who are not voting for the People's National Party or voting for the Jamaica Labour Party. Understand, get a different viewpoint. Because it is that viewpoint which can inform some of your policies. Mobilize the communities around the strong desire for us all to have a safe Jamaica. Speak to some of the persons in the communities who have experienced violence and who can actually impart to you some of the strategies which they know that you can use to resolve it. Because there is no substitute for the lived experience. None. Get the hand scanners so that we can use them at checkpoints. Because we know checkpoints and cordons and curfews are not magically authorized by a state of emergency. We know the law. And we know there are many things we can do. You go into somebody's house and there's a little random search. But there are 10 guns underneath the cellar. They still have cellars. There are still 10 guns buried under the banana tree out in the backyard. There are guns all around you. And you leave and you can't detect them. When if you used your technology, you could actually detect where the guns are and make a real difference. Speak with our international partners to strengthen the objectives of protecting our borders. We are too small. We don't have the resources. And we don't have the technology to sufficiently police our borders. But they do. They have a vested interest in what takes place in Jamaica. Some of them, when they come here, they don't want to leave again. Appeal to their strong desire for their own safety and security. President, I'm conscious of the time. But I want to say this. We can really do this, you know. We can do this. We can do this together. Believe me, we can do it. We can't do it if one side constantly abusing the other side. We can't do it if as soon as we walk out of here, there's somebody who is going to get on a podium and cuss the opposition. We can't do it if they are going to try to say the opposition is upholding criminality and that is why it does not want a state of emergency. These are the utterances that we are subjected to. We get abused and then we get asked to support. When we are being criticized by some of our supporters because they say you criticize it and then you go in there to vote for it. We come in here to vote for it because we are committed citizens who want to assist the government in this fight. Not because we believe it is constitutional. If we felt that you could do better, we would do different. And what my appeal to you is, take the 30 days and let us try to come to some kind of understanding where we can protect our citizens, that we can uphold the pledge we made in this house. We here are supposed to represent people who can't represent themselves. We are supposed to be the voice for the voiceless. We're not supposed to be so comfortable in our positions that once we leave here, we forget about them. And, Minister, I have a lot of faith in you. I've told you that publicly and privately. Let your voice be heard. You're a good Christian man. You genuinely care about people. Let your voice be heard. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Damian Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President.
He's seeing into the future.
Mr. President.
Going back for East Portland.
Mr. President. It seems, Mr. President, that the government and the opposition is now stuck in a cat and mouse situation about who will blink first on ending the state of emergency. It was highlighted by Senator Brown that the zeal that was once displayed by the government has not been displayed anymore. For example, I understand the Prime Minister wasn't present. And even today, I'm not sure if, is everybody present today? There was a time that calls were made and the whip was applied. I don't have to be, I don't support it, never had. But there was a time that the government ensured that all their votes were present to make sure that it passed. And there's a time that there were constant lobbies to the opposition. What go on and I support it? That lobby has ended. And the presence has waned. So it seems to be that there is an intent for political gain on both sides. Because it is my true opinion that the opposition should not vote to end it. Not because I agree with it, but because I know that the true end of it will only come when the people end it. That if the opposition vote to end it, the claim will be made that this is the reason why crime gone up. This is the reason why crime gone up. And then it is re-implemented in another month, 30 days. The true end to the state of emergency is when everybody see and accepts it not working. Not when there can be from one side. It's like now the entire public start talking. This not working, this not working. Like now, the police not even putting in the effort that is expected. Because they're not foolish. They know that to search the cars coming through is to find nothing, because no criminal is coming through an area that is established for multiple months. If a man who's a murderer drive through the checkpoint and is caught, he wants to go to jail. No real criminal is going through those checkpoints anymore. And so therefore, the two and therefore the two groups are really playing chicken. I used to watch a movie one time, them old time movies, the kids in America used to drive to each other, and the one that steer out first is said to be chicken. Seems to be that game of chicken. Oh, Mr. President. They don't know. They don't know these things. It's never been on a farm, you know. But they said to me the other day, somebody indicated to me, we have a war on crime. What are the principles of war? If we have a war on crime. We have a war on crime, then one principle must be to select and maintain the aim of the war. What therefore is this aim of the war? There was a point that he used to say, to end murders, to end murders. Now that murder gone up, we're no longer maintaining that aim. It's to buy time. That's the new thing now, is to buy time. But if the aim was to end murder, then that has failed. Murder is up by 27 over last year. Not only is murder up by 27 over last year, shooting is up by 80 over last year. So if the aim was to reduce shooting, now I don't want us to underestimate the impact of shooting, you know, because some of us have been crippled by now. But also some are planning a retaliation as we speak, because they were shot. Some people can't earn anymore because they were shot. Some has been now identified as a criminal because they were shot, especially because of where they're from. They're now a part of a gang in the minds of those who analyze and employ. They're now a part of a gang because they were shot. In fact, almost consistently the Minister of Security runs out to say, it's a gang feud. It's the basis of a gang feud. Yet we can't make an arrest. If you know who did the shooting, to assign it to a gang. We have anti-gang legislation, we have all kind of things. We can't have no arrest. I soon come to that aspect. I hear Senator Scott Motley speak to some of it. If the aim is to reduce murder, let us accept that in Kingston Central, murder is up 133.3%.
What you say?
In Kingston Eastern is up 17.5%. In St. Andrew Central is up 20.8%. In St. Andrew South is up 13.4%. In St. Andrew North is up 10.2%. In St. Catherine South is up 25%. St. Catherine have a state of emergency.
Yes.
It's currently up 25%. St. Catherine South. In St. James it's up 45% over last year. We're not talking about even the years before that it was even more up than those. That's over last year. In St. Anne it's up 2.3%. And in Manchester, that people used to feel, even the diaspora used to say, that is where I can go and reset it. 48.1%. In St. Elizabeth, it is up 19%. From the first time we came here with the state of emergency, we said it will have a balloon effect, that it will disperse criminals from one entity into the next. And we saw when we went into St. James, Hanover and Westmoreland increased. We go now into Hanover and Westmoreland, and we find that St. Elizabeth has increased. And Manchester has increased. And when we go into, so now we have now put this balloon that pressed from the west into St. Elizabeth and Manchester, and pressed St. Catherine and Clarendon from the east into St. Elizabeth and Manchester. And now we find brazen daytime robberies. Brazen.
But even in St. Anthony, it's gone.
Daytime. Well, I have no more information than what the media has said. But it suggests that gunmen from Montego Bay pounced upon an enemy from Montego Bay, in St. Anne,
Right.
and then seeking to make their escape. Now, if he didn't frequent, well, look, let us do some logical argument, and that's why I like maths is a subject of logic. If we do logical arguments, if he doesn't frequent that area, how would they plan for him and extend their plans 3 hours away or 2 hours away to catch him in a place where he spent no more than an hour and a half? If he didn't frequent there. And in frequenting there, he has now transported the culture of criminality into communities not used to that culture of criminality.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I said to one of my friends the other day, one of the reasons why we're having an increase in shooting and not an equal increase in murders is because new recruits are doing the shooting. They're not very effective at carrying it out. But when they become effective, it will be murders and it will be deaths. If it is our aim to arrest is down by more than 500.
What?
State of emergency. If the aim is to arrest is down by more than 500. Not only arrest is down, arrest with evidence is down by 250. So therefore, you're not making any general arrest. You're making great detentions, and you're carrying in everybody, and you're swabbing every finger, and you're asking every question. But I want to ask Senator Knight, because I'm not a lawyer myself. Senator Braham is a lawyer, and I felt that I inherited from those interactions some of his legal expertise. I'll ask him later. I'll see him more often than I see Senator Knight. Over Christmas dinner, which is normal at his yard. But Senator Knight, do we need a state of emergency to arrest with evidence?
Normal policing.
Normal policing can arrest with evidence. And if you have reasonable suspicion, do we need a state of emergency to detain? Normal policing can do that. If you want to have a checkpoint, do you have to have a state of emergency? The law allows for checkpoints. The Jamaica Constabulary Force. If you want more police on the road, and I've seen that every Christmas for my years that I've been alive, more police have been on the road every Christmas. Do you need a state of emergency?
That's strategic.
Yeah, strategic decision. So therefore, and if you want soldiers on the road, other than the ability to arrest, the soldier can't make an arrest. And is there some reason why soldiers can't have one police with them? I remember there was a time that there used to be rat patrol or whatever, soldiers with the police, and the police will then act to make an arrest.
At that time, you had 6,000 police, now you have 10,000.
You have 10,000 police. So therefore, a state of emergency only allows for the rights of people to be trampled. Because all the other areas that have been going on, it still can happen normally. But let us ask, is the aim to find the guns? Because we have found 60 less guns. With all the state of emergency.
2 years.
With all the reports of numbers, 2,000 guns, we have found 60 less than last year. And last year was less than the year before. They want us to be, to say, you see the crime gone up. Because you see, there's a point that I learned that if you have no plan, do nothing. But they say if you have no plan, just do something, just do anything. And just say, oh yeah, we have accumulated over the last 1.6 weeks, 59%. Some chickini mathematics. The government's jurisdiction is the nation.
It's the Morgan maths.
And in the nation, crime is up 2%. In the nation, shooting is up by 80 more persons have been shot. In the nation, arrests are down 500, over 500, I think 523. In the nation, arrests with evidence down by 250. In the nation, the finding and recuperation of guns are down by 60. What's the aim of this war And is this achieving this aim? We see here the police report that they have arrested 12,000 and odd persons to this point in the year. But I read in the newspaper that only 239 persons were arrested for murder. Of the 12,000 and odd, only 239 have been arrested for murder. It suggests here that the clean-up rate, meaning that there's an arrest for the murder, clear-up rate. Not that there's a conviction, you know. That there is an arrest. They have identified a suspect. The clear-up rate. Clear up. Right, we just want it to be clear because sometimes they look layman. Like myself, Senator Morgan. Well, I mean, Senator Charles is a legal luminary. But the little layman, Senator Samuda, we over drink when we hear clear up rate. We might think that there's a conviction that somebody paid. That is true. That is true. Especially after the third. But the clear up rate is simply to say you have identified a suspect. Let us look at the clear up rate this year. In St. Elizabeth, 22 murders a reported clear up rate, meaning I've identified at least a suspect. 8. In Clarendon, 107 murders to this point in the year. Clear up rate, 21. Identified a suspect. With all of the state of emergency, all of the detention, you're not identifying not even a suspect? Well, tell me then, because of that me read. Senator Knight Senior, sir. The clear-up rate is, am I correct, that the clear-up rate does not mean conviction? I am correct. The clear-up rate means that there is an arrest or an identification, reasonable identification of a suspect. All right. For peace, just for peace, I'm going to go to the higher barrier of an arrest. For peace. So for peace, an arrest. In Clarendon, 107 murders. Despite the state of emergency, no more than 21 clear-up rate. Meaning at least an arrest. Manchester, 31 murders. 8, at least an arrest. Kingston Central, 26 murders, 12. Kingston Eastern, 61 murders, 12. Kingston West, 50 murders, 10. St. Andrew Central, 81 murders, 16 arrests, at best. St. Andrew South, 145 murders, 19. I see the Gleaner reported the other day, a headline that was appropriate, getting away with murder. St. Andrew North, 51 murders to this point of the year, 14 arrests. I don't know, Senator Brown, there's a movie on the thing we call 48 Hours. That's if you don't get a reasonable lead within 48 hours, you're unlikely to solve the crime. With all of this happening, in St. James, 119 murders. We have about 2 years now of state of emergency, at least for the majority of this year. 18. 101 murders in St. James have not even had an arrest. You disagree with the numbers, or you disagree with my reporting of the numbers? Because you're saying that at the highest barrier, or the lowest, whichever you want to put it, arrest is perceived as a clear-up. Of the 119 murders in state of emergency St. James, 18, I not say conviction, you know. I don't reach that they have been convicted. That's indeed a low number. Of the 2,000 odd people detained, with the aim, based on principles of war, to stop the murder and stop the killing, to increase the risk of perpetrating. 101 don't even have an arrest. We don't know what to do. only 18. Trelawney, 25-9. Westmoreland, state of emergency, 67 murders to this point, 24 clear-up rate, at least an arrest. And over 26, 3. St. Mary, 15-4. St. Anne, 37-7. If the principles of a war on crime include selection and maintenance of the aim, what is the aim? What is the aim? We are detaining all these people, and we cannot clear up 20% of the murders. What's the deterrent to a man who smoke and forget, kill and collect? What's the deterrent? What's the deterrent to people who collect $20,000, walk up to you and say, your name Damien Crawford, and shoot you? He never met you in his life. Clear up rate is nothing. What is the aim? They say that a principle of war is to have a concentrated force. That you have to go in and with impact, go into an area and then clean up that area. I see Senator Knight say, every house, every street, I want to add every person. Because sometimes we underappreciate people. For example, the minister says, oh, that crime up there was a gang. That means that life is not important. Because if he's a member of a gang, he should be carried in front of the courts. And the law should take its course. Not murdered in the streets. So I don't get any solace, I don't get any feeling of comfort by the report from the minister that he perceives that the murder in an area is a part of a gang. Every person. But let us go further. Where's the concentrated force in St. Catherine? And what's the impact of just moving these people? For example, you know, today I was reading Senator Braham that there's an increase, the highest fatalities on the road. I increase the highest fatalities on the road. I contacted a source in the police force. I said, has there been a reduction in traffic policing? He reported approximately 40%. The highest since 2002. Death on the road. I said, has there been a diversion of police presence from traffic policing? And he said, sometime, you know, the police being on the road is not only to charge you, you know, but the knowledge that is there.
Absolutely.
Cause you to slow down.
Yeah.
Because every time I pass the corner, them say police. And then some people, which they shouldn't do, flashing and all them things, but that shouldn't be done. But when police on the road, you use the road better. At least for your own sake, for your own life. This source he estimates a 40% reduction in police presence. And it has led, in my hypothesis, to an increase of the highest death on the road in 17 years. It's past 400. First time since 2002. First time since 2002.
We the regulation.
No.
We said to solve the problem. Where is it? After 1 year.
Couldn't wait a month, a week.
Well, we want to ask where. Where were the police in Kitsiltown? I go to Kitsiltown, I buy up there all the time. A peaceful community. Kitsiltown is a silent place.
Absolutely.
You go up there and you ask where is the egg farm. People come in your car and carry you.
Yes, man. Farming community.
I want to find out if even my farmer alive. I'm going to call him soon. But when I go to Kitsiltown, that's not a murderous place. Yeah. And when you see the reports of what the people are saying, they're not used to that.
By the way, let's express condolences to
Babsy.
Babsy.
Oh, definitely. On behalf of the entire Senate, I'm sure.
You heard about Cavan?
No.
Everyone going to the egg business and them go on the market to buy eggplant.
He plan to reap some egg. He plan to reap some. He'll get neither egg nor young ones if he plants his eggplant. But condolences are definitely in order to Minister Grange. And it's coming to everybody's doorstep. But where were the concentration of force in St. Catherine in Kitsiltown? Because after you go and do the shoot up, you escape with ease, relative ease. The same thing happened to one of my very good friends up in Harborview, going to a party, shoot up 8 people, 4 dead. And then stop at another place and shoot up that place too. People have to be taking cover. Where was the concentration of force? Because you come here each time and report as if you're a citizen's neighborhood watch and argue that this place have less, this place have less, and the entire nation have more.
Exactly. You're governing a nation.
Where was the concentration of force? It says that a principle of war needs cooperation. He spoke of this earlier, Senator Knight. You buy a helicopter, the army have it, there's no cooperation. And that can be fixed more easily. But the citizens have to equally cooperate. And when you use brute force, lock up a man, detain him, and I mean, we act like nobody now want to talk about the detention centers again. You know. They are still in a state of disrepair. They're still inhumane. And nothing has been done in 2 years to legitimately improve, if that is your plan. How is he going to cooperate when you treat him as if he's one of the criminals? In here, I told you that one way that we got to be friends on campus was to put everybody in first year in the same circumstance. Called orientation, some people call it ragging. And when John Brown do something wrong, make a mistake, every man do push up.
Was one.
And after a while, we love John Brown and he hate what else we do push up. No, he couldn't manage it. He do 3 and a half stop. But this type of total punishment calls for the community to perceive that we create a bond between them and the criminal. A bond that is extended by the governments not doing what they're supposed to do for the people. That is why Danza gets support. Danza gets support because they are the justice. A man don't pay for your bed, they just go to bad boss. Or bro God or whatever they man.
Bro God?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we say that we have zero tolerance. Yeah. I'm call ourselves bro God.
Yeah.
I don't know. And yeah, it's cool. It's now the new cool. Soon start call ourselves Kwenga. Yeah. Well, if you hear some other songs, you know, you'll know what bro gods do. But do a thing how we are doing it.
Okay.
But when a man don't pay for your bed, you don't get to go to court like middle class people. You can't afford a lawyer. You go to bro God and bro God say, give the man in bed and broke you up tomorrow. And you give back him money or give back him bed. It's a source of justice. The society have not allowed for them to have reasonable access to justice. He took it up on himself. He took it up on himself. I see. I thought the Queen visited it. Only to know. The baker gave him. The baker. I've never wanted.
Envy. Somebody call you bro God.
I've never wanted.
Your head.
But let us stay on track. Yeah, I have always. And I've always stated that music don't create crime, and I won't change my opinion. But I've never also been so light to say that zero tolerance and then jump on it. Zero tolerance is zero tolerance. Now what he has displayed is popularity tolerance. If it's so nice, him jump on it, and not zero tolerance. So I'm just pointing out the lies.
it's associated.
Senator Brown, Senator Crawford is doing very well on his own. Loud the man, man.
When you want some water, so when you tell them that, it's like telling a certain president that it is a lie.
He don't understand. He take it and just run with it as fast as he can. But let us look again, Mr. President. It takes cooperation from the citizens. And Senator Knight spoke to the community watch, neighborhood watch. But there was a wonderful thing called police youth clubs.
Yes.
And I begged in this Senate to extend the child diversion, which is not being used, barely being used, to a youth diversion, that some youth that are caught in some of the negatives up to the age of 30, you instruct him to join the police youth clubs. You instruct him to go to the bail centers and therefore improve upon his outlook. Because now a bad thing is a good thing to 90% of our young people in Jamaica.
Leadership of people that
Well, at the top, them said, let me assume, bro, that so bad thing them are doing.
And not only that assumption, our politicians are now acting like criminals. And we're afraid to talk about it. There was a time that we used to frown upon a politician associating with criminals. Now they are acting like them. And you're afraid people talk because, man, we walk up on you now. You diss me and you violate. We don't know if we separate drug runners from politicians anymore. It used to be automatic. $4 billion worth of coke fine, it come in the news one time. And then you're telling the youth, them say, oh no man, I don't know if it's on teacher. Teacher can't have a driver, look at taxi. No, I know how you get me out of trouble, you know, man. My lawyer says I should not. I'm saying generally when I observe the political landscape, we now have people that should be examples of virtue, acting as if they're criminal minds, or at least criminal hopefuls, embracing that kind of dirtiness. And then we say, why the little boy is in school telling the teacher, you are the only one me know this. And you're going to run no money per man. And me going to start this year. And the little girl who say, yo, if me have my knife, me kill him. And me no business.
And the minister not comment on that.
You understand? It have to have economy of effort. That's a war on crime, a war, any war. You can't just send out soldier and send out police and send out people for just run up and down. That's why you see the poor soldier them now, Mr. Jamaicans ridiculing them. Oh, what kind of soldier this? He knows him, I put him life on the line. Him drop asleep. After doing average, reported to me, 14 to 16 hours. And when Sam Fitzjackson say, give them a little Christmas bonus, people run out and say, oh, it would cost the country billions.
Give them the bonus.
If they were to get state of emergency pay, it would have cost the country more than billions.
Bonus for the security.
Motivate the security force.
I keep on telling you guys. I keep on saying to you. Give me a chance. The role you play in a negotiation starts with accepting what is right to do. If you're going into a negotiation that you should be paying and can't pay, then you have a different role than if you don't think you have to pay. It's a different role in the negotiation. If we agree that they should be paid, then now we start to say how, if we are going to delay, because just the other day, we gave back 14 billion. If we agree that they should be paid, we possibly give back 12. Because Senator Brown was there a reason why we had to give back 14 billion.
No.
We could have given 7.
And it hasn't led to growth. And after having
Well,
the 0.3% last quarter.
that industry, Senator Brown,
What's the problem?
was flourishing.
Yeah.
There was no inducement necessary for housing at the time, construction and investment. There was no inducement necessary. But them run with that. And then say, oh, we can't afford 2 billion. If we feel that they should be paid. But the economy of effort not there. What's the money that we spent on toilets?
Wow, 28 million.
Million.
28 million. And toilets as well.
Yes.
6 months at the SOE.
Yes,
So
yes,
we
yes.
don't need the next 6 months.
Good food.
Crackers and cheese.
Isn't it over 2 billion a year? The PMI said that when it compares to what they get, is almost 15 times what they get as the PMI. And in the areas that they are in St. Catherine, the PMI report, not one murder since. The PMI I was listening to on the radio. It says that one principle of war is surprise. That gone out of the state of emergency. We know where the checkpoints are. They're always at the same place. We would not even put little effort to shift a checkpoint. The checkpoint is at the same place every day for the last 2 years. Where's the surprise in that? The extent of the SOE has found less guns, Senator. The extent of the SOE has made less arrests, Senator. The extent of the SOE has 2.2% more murder, 27 more people.
Yeah, man, when it was on the SOE and the Bunting and Peter Phillips and portions of 1,005 murders. Because you wake up
You know, I went to a local school, called Half-a-Tree Primary. One of the first things they taught you at lunchtime is the neck bone connected to the shoulder bone, and the shoulder bone connected to the backbone, and the backbone connected to the hip bone, and eventually you say you hear the word of the Lord. Everything in security is connected. If you're diverting human activity from one space to the next, you cannot claim one. Who decide where to paint the blood? Which house should be protected?
Yeah, yes.
The nation will deal with it.
If people still die on the road because there is no wanton misuse, in my opinion, due to less policing, how does that? The norm is to increase police in shopping areas during Christmas. Is that going to happen this year? When all the police are diverted to the SOE. But I have a few recommendations that I'd like to add. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I'm sorry. Mr. President, you currently have approximately 350 police officers carrying out work that civilians can carry out. It can be outsourced to civilians. This includes transport repair, mechanics, trained police. This includes telecoms, property management, AC fixing. About 350 police officers currently are carrying out activities that could be outsourced to civilians. That stopped. It is reported to me that there are 19 geographical divisions, approximately 5 in each division is carrying out this type of work. And then when you go to the other entities, it adds up to about 350. We feel that we can look into that to find some more boots on the ground.
Take note.
Sir,
That's what the management
the young persons leaving, that's why management audit will do, sir. That's what it will help to identify that. The young persons who are leaving the training school now are immediately being sent to the state of emergency. The state of emergency now has been frowned upon by those who have any rank at all, including just time of service. And so now the ones who are least trained are the ones who are now, that is like your induction. Go on down there, so yeah, that's the induction. That's the intern. I recommend that we consider a ratio at each point to ensure that they can't just send the new ones only. Because then that might lead to bad practices being entrenched, but might lead to less experience being meted out on the persons that are there. I recommend once again that we collect data on the perpetrators and see if there can be intervention on persons sharing equal characteristics. For example, I asked there, are the majority of the murders being carried out by persons from single-parent homes? People say that. Have we confirmed that? Do we have a single-parent intervention scheme? Do we have a brother-for-brother scheme so that those who are grew up without men can actually find access to some men somehow?
Yes.
Myself, Senator Samuda, Senator Charles. Well, we'd have a screen. But I'm saying that there is a shortage of men at home, shortage of men in school, shortage of men in church. And when I look to you, whose mother is trying to teach him how to urinate, say how you know without experience. But then you're driving him now to where there's not a scarcity now, a glut of men in gangs and a glut of men in prison. I have no counter system.
Do not disturb the speaker, Senator.
Well, you know, Senator Brea, there are days that you don't have an opportunity to either say nor do the things that you want. And at the time that you get that opportunity, you say. I believe that there was a time that I was more confident in the direction of crime management. That I felt that after Bruce Golding time, it was generally going down. In the absolute, no, but in the relative, better. The numbers suggest. I believe also, Senator Braham, that there was more predictability to criminal activity. So we never felt so afraid generally. There was a time, I don't know if you'd agree, but there are changes. There are changes. There was a time that night was the time of crime. No, anytime. There was a time that you have to be involved. No, anyone. There was a time that a party, you go for who you want. No, everyone. All I'm saying is that you currently have only one proposal, which is not working. I am seeking any other alternative to say, no, had I been in the government, I wouldn't have to come here to say it publicly, because I would have been in the inner circle now to make my opinions known inside. But I'm not in the inner circle of this government. It's like people say, since PMP in power, we don't march to Jamaica House. I'm there. What may I march to Jamaica House for? What more want to say will be said without marching. So all I'm saying is things that I've always said, but publicly now, because I'm not in your circle. I always said. Andre is always in my circle. Always.
I don't remain so.
Have we found
You don't need to know.
that there are certain schools,
Don't worry about over here.
certain institutions? Mr. President, I beg you some protection.
Andre is well okay. Well okay.
Have we found that there are some institutions predisposed based on the arrests that we're making?
I got it 8 o'clock.
No.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having expired, we ask that he be permitted sufficient time to complete his presentation.
Those in favor?
Against?
Thank you, Senator Charles. Now, remember, it is not abnormal, Mr. President. It is not abnormal for persons to have different opinions on strategy, even if they have equal and same opinion on objective. Not abnormal. I am not anti-fight against crime, the war against crime. I'm saying that if our evidence, our research suggests, and the wanton scraping up as negative as it is, gave you some ability to gain whole heap of data, is that data suggesting that there needs to be special intervention in certain schools? In this house, I've stated that we are way under the amount of guidance counselors that we need. Yes. That they recommend 1 to 250, we have 1 to 1,000. The minister at the time says 1 to 990 something, not 1,000. But are we then creating more criminals coming out because there can be no intervention from trained individuals who see the behavior, who see the trajectory, who see the projection? Just putting more and more states of emergency will not solve the problem. The last thing I want to say, Mr. President, of principles of war is that morale must be high. Soldiers must be motivated. Those fighting on your behalf must feel like they're fighting for a reason, for a cause. Now, those who are in here might feel they're fighting for an electoral victory. That police not motivated by that. Soldiers not motivated by that. Their income has not improved. Their conditions are poor. I see another video. They're sleeping on the ground. Soldiers sleeping on the ground. No morale. No morale. The food has not improved. Still sausage and 3 dumpling. Yes. I guess by weight. If you're bigger, you get 5. Yeah, 2, 6, 2, 4, 6. The morale of the police force and the security forces must be taken into great consideration. We cannot solve this crime without their commitment, 100% input. So at the end of the day, sir, if we're fighting a war, we're likely to lose because based on the principles, we are at least 90% not committed to the principles that have been established for a war on anything, including crime. With that, sir, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crawford. Minister? Oh, you have another speaker?
Mr. President, permission to speak from a seat that I'm not usually in. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Mr. President. I've never spoken in a SOE debate. And I have done it on purpose because I've been a bit challenged in understanding some of the approaches to the debate. I've sat and listened to my former hallmate, Senator Crawford. I have listened to the former Minister of National Security and Foreign Affairs, Senator Knight. I have listened to Senator Brown, and I've learned some things. I have seen areas of agreement and areas of dispute. But the thread that runs through, I find, in the debate over the last couple months that I've been here, is I think the approach to the discussion on crime is a bit flawed. We just listened to a very long presentation by Senator Crawford about arrests and increasing murders and what the government should or should not do. But it ignored the reality of our society. For someone who has never developed an understanding of Jamaica's crime situation, you would presume that all of these problems that we have started yesterday. For your ears only, sir. No, it is not my intention to rise here to rehash a debate about who is responsible for what and when did what start. But I believe that in fully recognizing where we are and where we're coming from, we have to also recognize the real issue that crime presents to our society and what is the type of crime that we're having in our society. The Prime Minister recently presented a position on crime and violence in Jamaica, and I want to associate myself with it. Because if we see crime as an epidemic, as a disease within our society, then a lot of the conversations that we've been having about crime would have to change. There have been many studies done about disease. There have been studies on diabetes, studies on AIDS, you name it. Contagious diseases, non-contagious diseases. One of the characteristics of crime in our society and the characteristic of violence in our society is that it is contagious. If you look across the communities that are being ripped apart by crime, you could say crime and violence begets crime and violence begets. Thank you. If you look at the Dover incident, the reports from the police, it is alleged that someone hurt the family member of another, and that they decided that the best way to seek their justice is to drive all the way up into rural Dover and wantonly shoot 9 people, killing 4. It's very difficult for a police officer to solve crime or prevent crime in an instant like that, because you may not be able to contemplate who is the next victim. But if you start looking at crime, Senator Knight, through the president, as a disease that is contagious and violence as a disease that is contagious, then like what they did in Scotland, you can start addressing some of the fundamental issues that cause violence within our society. Mr. President, crime and violence represents one of the more significant threats to our country. And over the years, we have debated many ideas about the solving of crime. We've had numerous squads to deal with it. We've had numerous reports into the police force to assess why is it that the police force has not been able to deal with it. We've had various pieces of legislation to look at whether or not we must impose draconian measures to incarcerate perpetrators of crime. But what we have found over the years is that while we have been instituting these measures and these squads, every single decade in Jamaica's history has seen an increase in the number of Jamaicans murdered from independence to now. Mr. President, since independence, over 40,000 Jamaicans have been murdered. If you do some calculations, you could say that we have been independent for about 3,000 days. And we have murdered 2 persons per day. About 20,000 days, my apologies. Thank you very much. What it means, Mr. President, is that for every single decade that Jamaica has been independent, we have seen a growth in the number of persons murdered. In the 60s, we had about 900 people murdered for the decade. 60 to 69. 70 to 79, 2,686. 80 to 89, 4,870. 90 to 99, 7,621. 2000 to 2009, 13,418. And though this decade has not completed, we are now at 11,300, 400 thereabout. What it says to us, Mr. President, is that if we had classified crime and violence in Jamaica as a disease from early, this would be an epidemic of significant magnitude, which would have required a different type of intervention, a consistent intervention. So we're here now. So we have an epidemic that has been killing thousands of our people over the years. But Senator Crawford spoke about medicine. You don't remember what you said? Part of the challenge that we have with crime in Jamaica is that it has become so acute, so threatening to the body of the country, that mere therapy is not enough to treat the victim. We need shock treatment. We need shock treatment. We need it as a government. Watching the murder rate escalate from the last quarter of 2015 to 2017 to resuscitate the patient. And that is what the SOEs are.
So why is it still going up?
If you have been murdering people for 40 years at escalating levels, 2 years of a solution does not correspond to an effective shock to the system. So, Mr. President, it is So, Mr. President, if you look at crime in Jamaica as an epidemic and you define it as an epidemic, your whole approach to the discussion will not be focused just on whether or not it's a 2.2 increase or a 1% increase, but look at the consistent trend as to whether are we reducing the numbers generally, 5 year by 5 year, decade by decade. To solve crime in Jamaica, to deal with it consistently and effectively, it is not going to be dealt with in 2 years. It is not going to be dealt with in 3 years, because the problem of crime and murders in Jamaica did not come about in 2 years or 3 years. So it's not just about a SOE as persons would want us to believe. But ask yourself the question. So you have a SOE, what else are you doing other than an SOE? I've always been fascinated by this, there's this thing called the used car issue that came up. And when it came up, I was very surprised. I was like, why would one minister need, as he came into office, to be buying 400 used cars? What would be the motivation? What would be the motivation why one minister, within months of coming into office, would need to find 400 used cars? The reality of it, Mr. President, is that for many decades, transcending political administrations, not just JLP administrations, but administrations, we have not invested enough. We have not invested enough in the institutions and the infrastructure to fundamentally deal with the issue of violence, crime, and murders. If it is, Mr. President, that you're dealing with an epidemic, a piecemeal approach to investing in the infrastructure to prevent and to stop incidents of that epidemic is not something that you're just going to buy 400 cars here and don't buy no more next year, build a building here, don't build another one next year. You have to be consistent in your investment, which is part of the reason why this administration has almost doubled the allocation to national security in this country. It's for that reason. It's for that reason why we're spending significant sums on increasing the investigative capacities of the police, spending exceptional sums on improving the ability of the police to collect, test, and use DNA. And we're seeing results. It's not we introduce it, but we're paying for it. Mr. President, to deal with the issue of murders and violence is not just about a SOE. It's about building out the infrastructure and institutions that tackle crime, violence, and murder within the society. It is the same reason why this government has recently launched a violence commission to start to study from a scientific and analytic perspective what are the reasons why so many communities within our society continue to be so violent. We've had PMI, we've spent hundreds of billions of dollars on social intervention in vulnerable communities, and these communities continue to be at war. There has been no study in this country to calculate how effective social intervention has been in this society, but we continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on it. And when the minister said he doesn't know whether social intervention works, instead of us having a conversation as to the need to study whether this type of social intervention we have in our society is working, people laughed at him. The reality of it, Mr. President, the reality of it is that you have the SOEs doing the shock treatment. On the other hand, you have the analytical work that is being done in terms of looking at what is causing the violence, in terms of analyzing what is taking place in the communities. And then on the other side as well, you have the infrastructural investment that has been taking place. You have more ships that have been bought to patrol the borders. You have more planes that have been bought and helicopters to patrol the skies. Under this investment, Mr. President, we have seized a record amount of ganja being transported to other countries in the drugs for goods trade over the last 12 months. Record amounts of cocaine has been seized over the last 12 months. Now, it is all good and well for us to. It is all good and well, Mr. President, for us to sit here and throw data across the aisle and debate whether it was one minister who was the best or the worst at national security. I don't have time to argue about whether it was KD Knight who failed or Horace Chan, because people were still being murdered. As a senator, my duty, Mr. President, is to look at the data and contribute to a dialogue on what the solutions can be. The fact of the matter is that at 47 murders per 100,000, no government, whether this government or when you were government, can be happy with that. Mr. President, to be the third most murderous country in the world can not be something that any senator, any minister, any prime minister will be happy about. So any argument or assumption or statement being made by anyone that KD Knight didn't try his best when he was there, or Horace didn't try his best, is disingenuous. Because I do not believe. I never said it. You said it? I cannot stand there, Mr. President, and say that none of our national security ministers or any of our national security ministers did not want what was best for the country. But what I can say, that even the best intentions, even the most grand plans, must have the support of institutions and a budget in order to effectively achieve the objectives of those plans. And at the end of the day, do you know I've not attacked you since I've been talking here? And I have so much ammunition. The point is, Mr. President, if you look at all the data that we have, if you look at all the information that we have, the objective of this government is to have a shift in the conversation about crime and violence and how it is treated. To see it not... To see crime and violence not just as incidents of murder, but as an epidemic that needs a systematic, consistent, and long-term intervention that has varying tools, such as SOE, such as building infrastructure, such as protecting our borders, such as educating our young people. It is easy, and I won't be much longer, Mr. President. It is easy. It is easy for you to take out discrete aspects of the government's crime initiatives and criticize them. But this government doesn't function as an insular, segmented pieces of itself.
No. It's not fragmented. One government.
In the conversation about dealing with crime and violence, one of the first initiatives that was thought of is the importance of engaging unattached youths. Because the recognition was that without engaging young people, you maintain a reservoir of willing participants for gang membership. That is where the whole program came from. It was felt that the idea of entrepreneurship and apprenticeship is something that can entice young people to stay away from being on the corners. That is where the Jamaica National Service Corps came from. the idea that if you engage young people, you remove the ability of gangs to recruit them is a part of our crime plan. So not only are we talking about infrastructure in terms of planes and helicopters and border security and ballistics vests for the police and new type of car for the police, but you're also talking about a human strategy. You're talking about a human strategy, Mr. President, that tries to entice young people and prevent them from becoming gang members. But there's this plan, there's this idea that the only way to undermine the success of the SOE is to separate it from the whole. The only way to undermine the SOE is to view it. I understand. No problem. Yeah, man. I'll wait until you come back to address the point addressed to you. Mr. President, there is this attempt that I noticed that the only way they can really undermine the facts and the data associated with the SOEs and the successes, the tremendous successes that we have had in the SOEs, is to separate it from everything else. So the SOE is not connected to anything, it's just a discrete plan out there sitting by itself. There's no contemplation about the record investment. There's no contemplation about the youth intervention. There's no contemplation about the legislative agenda that has been proffered by the government. In my mind, there can be no conversation about crime fighting by looking at crime based just on individual components of the effort. It has to be looked at as a whole, because it's not just poverty that causes violence. It's not just depressed communities that causes violence. Violence and crime is caused by a confluence of socio-economic influences that have been operating on people in Jamaica for decades since slavery. So then the solution cannot be discrete solutions, but it has to be interconnected solutions that not only operate on the act of crime and violence, but also on the causes and sources that cause people to turn to crime and violence. Yes. Which is why I come back to the beginning of my presentation, that the situation of violence and crime in Jamaica has been concluded by this administration is that it's an epidemic that needs to be treated as an epidemic. And in treating with that epidemic, you need both the shock treatment and you need the long-term therapy. SOEs are the most important, relevant, useful, proven shock treatment that we have. But we are doing other things which I have outlined already. And I ask Senator to continue to support the SOE. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Morgan.
You see what happened? You see how we spoke independently? We did not have to call Belmont Road to speak from a view that is not our own, you know.
Mr. President and colleagues, we are pressed for time, but I want to, as we close the debate, I want to just refer to some of the more poignant issues that have been raised by my colleague senators. And, Mr. President, Senator Knight made reference to issues relating to audits. Let me just indicate that the Commissioner of Police has embarked on what is a comprehensive work of restructuring the Jamaica Constabulary Force and its operations to make it a more efficient force for the good of this country. And the work is ongoing, but we've already started to see some of the positive results. This audit was undertaken last year, and again, Mr. President, it underpins the strategy that is being utilized by the JCF and even confirmed that as we all know, the need for an increase in the complement of the police force. And so the recruitment and training of officers to work in the geographical and non-geographical and specialized formations is being actively pursued. Mr. President, my colleague Senator Crawford questioned the funding of the PMI, and I can indicate that a total of $41 million has been allocated through the CSJP and as part of its violence interruption activities. $20 million to the PMI East and $21 million to PMI West. Senator Knight also referred to the tutor constable program that was once a part of the training of the police. And Mr. President, I'm pleased to report that that program has undergone, Senator Brown, some updating. And there's a new model that's being utilized called the Divisional Training Sub-Officers Program, in which officers are exposed to weekly probationary lectures, 3 exams over a 2-year period. And they're exposed to rigorous training to ensure that they have the required competence and capabilities to effect their proficiency as police. On the issue of mobility, the JCF, Mr. President and colleagues, recently received 70 quick response bikes, some of which are being used by the Special Operations Quick Response Team in Montego Bay. You would recall, Senator Sinclair, that Senator Knight mentioned the use of bikes as opposed to cars. And so it is good for us to just bring some information to the debate that the bikes have been received and are being used by the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch, and the acquisition, Mr. President, of these bikes has drastically reduced the response time of the police. Additional fit-for-purpose motor vehicles as well, Mr. President, are being acquired, including more bikes, and those are being procured to support the mobility and effectiveness of the force. In addition, we are also rebuilding and overhauling 186 police stations using a phased approach and constructing new police stations where necessary. So, colleagues, both the acquisition of vehicles, bikes, and the overhauling of the police stations are going to be monitored closely through a fleet management and facilities management system, and this will ensure that we have the upkeep, the monitoring, and the maintenance of these critical components of the police infrastructure, and that it is constantly done, and the relevant persons are held accountable. I mention that because it has been mentioned from time to time that our primary problems don't relate to acquiring, but to the maintenance of what we acquire. It is also important, colleagues, to the government that we secure the well-being of our police officers and provide them with appropriate working conditions for them to carry out their duties, and so we are pursuing that aggressively. The matter of public order as well on the roadways is being pursued with urgency. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, just this morning, our Minister of National Security handed over laptops, desktops, and printers to the Court Administration Division to facilitate their timely access to information in the ongoing work of revamping the inefficiencies and the manual intensive traffic ticket systems that we inherited. So we're doing all that is necessary to effect the change that Jamaica deserves. We are bringing, colleagues, the traffic ticket management into the 21st century with the introduction of technology-supported processes such as the e-warrant system that is being finalized, and we are working towards restoring discipline and public order on the highways and byways of Jamaica. Importantly, Mr. President, as was said by, I believe, Senator Morgan and also Senator Sinclair, we examine the current criminal landscape in the island as an ecosystem of crime. And the truth is, Mr. President, we are contending with heavily financed and heavily armed criminal networks that are engaged in high-stakes gun for drugs and even gun for food trades. We are also contending with criminal gangs that are deeply entrenched in the communities from which they come. Senator Scott Motley, you referred to it as well. And these gangs, unfortunately, they provide a certain camaraderie for youngsters who are unattached, a friendship, a companionship for those vulnerable youth. And so it is important, as was referred to, the programs that the government is promulgating and operating in terms of the youth service and other programs for us to give those youngsters an opportunity to be diverted from what is such an easy pathway into criminality. Mr. President, the government is tackling crime using a multiplicity of mechanisms and on several fronts. We are utilizing strategic bilateral and regional cooperation agreements that are seeking to bolster our capacity to monitor our borders. Mr. President, through continuous capacity building, we're training and sensitizing the men and women of the police force, and we are rebuilding the police force, Mr. President. Strategic investments have been made in our police communication and, as I said, mobility and connectivity, as well as the states of public emergency. And hopefully, Mr. President, and I know that all senators agree, that it is our intention for the state of public emergency to be that tool that can stop the bloodletting in these communities, but a tool that is to be seen in context of all the other operations taking place in this country, the Zone of Special Operation and others. Mr. President, there are many initiatives being pursued, many that have been highlighted, and as a country, what is essential, which I think was also said by Senator Brown, is honestly we will not be successful unless we have a true partnership, unless we have real collaboration, not just with government and opposition, but with the communities. And as I always do, Mr. President, I continue to invite my colleagues as I close to ensure that as we sit in this House and debate the policies and legislation that's going to affect and impact the lives of our people, that we take the time, Senator Samuda, as I always do, to invite the opposition and invite all government senators to come on the ground and to go through those states of emergency areas and the zones of special operation with the hope that we can identify the real issues. I don't think they're laughing at me at all. Mr. President, colleagues, Mr. President, the states of public emergency undoubtedly remain but one of the critical tools this government is employing to bring about the decisive suppression of violent crimes and disruption of gangs. I welcome the continued support of my colleagues. I welcome Senator Scott Motley, the bipartisan approach that was initiated and that is ongoing. I welcome the support of all colleague senators from this side and the other side. And, Mr. President, this extension of the states of public emergency is important so that we can continue to save lives and restore peace, safety, and security to this island that we all love. That said, Mr. President, we close the debate, Mr. President, and ask for the further reading. Is it? No, sorry, for the approval of the resolutions as they've been put. And, Mr. President, we could perhaps put the three into one vote.
No, I think that each have to be dealt with separately.
I'm guided.
But we can move it with some amount of
I'm guided.
expedition. As all the speakers have. Yes, sir.
We did it with the two double votes the last time. We can do it with the triple votes. No, let me start.
Yes.
What the clerk is saying is that once the vote is sent, so if leaders of both sides are satisfied that the vote will remain the same, we can deal with it. All right, I will know what to do. Okay, Minister, you have closed the debate?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I ask now for those in favor and ask the clerk to take the relevant role. I'm doing the three of them on the one vote. If you have you could just indicate if you have a difficulty. Madam Leader and Minister, if you have a member who has a different view of either particular one, they could indicate. Yes. Okay, so if it's all three, just indicate aye all three or no all three. Or aye one but not two, or two but not one. Yeah?
Okay. Senator Braham. Senator Brown. Senator Charles.
Aye all three.
Senator Crawford. Senator Fraser Beans. Senator Gale. Senator Orton. Senator Hill. Senator Johnson. Senator Knight. Senator Longmore. Senator Morgan. Senator Morris. Senator Morrison. Senator Samuda. Senator Scott Motley. Senator Sinclair. Senator Skeffrey. Senator Webby. And Senator Williams. And the President. The President.
The clerk has reported as follows. In relation to the Emergency Powers Number 2 Continuance Number 3 Resolution 2019, the Emergency Powers Number 3 Continuance Number 3 Resolution 2019, and the Emergency Powers Continuance Number 4 Resolution 2019. 15 ayes, 1 declined to vote. The ayes have it. Members, we have a decision to make. We have a decision to make. It's 3:30. I don't know if you want to proceed now or you want to take a break and then proceed, or you want to just push ahead.
Mr. President.
Technical staff, if everybody is all right, you want to take a 15 minutes, you're good? Thank you. Proceed, please, Minister.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bills, notice of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take them through all their concluding stages, and that relates to a bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Amend the Noise Abatement Act, as well as a bill entitled entitled An Act to Amend the Transfer Tax Act.
I didn't, I was distracted, Senator. What you're saying, what?
Those in favor?
What is it, what you're asking me to do?
To suspension of standing orders and to take the bills.
Okay, well, you all have heard. Those in favor? Against?
We'll be starting, Mr. President and colleagues, with the Noise Abatement Act. Now, Mr. President, the Noise Abatement Temporary Amendment Act 2019 was passed in the lower house with no amendments, and I might say overwhelming support from both sides of the aisle, and is being presented for tabling in the Senate today. This bill, Mr. President, is in part in response to the call from the entertainment industry, practitioners, community associations, and residents as well, for there to be a review and amendment to the current Noise Abatement Act 1997. Jamaica's music and entertainment industries, Mr. President, are of tremendous value to our country. And it goes without saying that we all want these industries to thrive and to develop even further in living up to their, of course, international acclaim. But, Mr. President and colleagues, such pursuits must be accompanied by a relevant and robust legislative framework, a framework that standardizes the operations, protects our entertainment practitioners and stakeholders, but at the same time, very importantly, safeguards the interest of all Jamaicans. There needs to be, Mr. President, a delicate balance between the right to freedom of expression, giving recognition to the viability and uniqueness of our various forms of cultural expressions, and the fundamental right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, as expressed in Section 13(3)(1) of the Constitution, and particularly heightened during certain times of the year, such as we approach the festive season of Christmas and New Year. So, Mr. President and colleagues, this bill represents our short-term and temporary solution to ensure that we are providing an environment which facilitates and leverages the viability of our cultural expressions while preserving rights in its application. So it is imperative that as our music and entertainment industries expand, Senator Crawford, we simultaneously put in place the framework to support the development of the industry while securing the rights of all citizens. So the Ministry of National Security is spearheading the work of developing the basis for the establishment of sound ordinances which will be used to inform a comprehensive review and amendment of the Noise Abatement Act in the coming year. Let me move swiftly through the clause-by-clause analysis. Senators, I'm certain you have it before you. Clause 1, the Act may be cited as the Noise Abatement Temporary Amendment Act 2019, and it shall be read and construed as one with the Noise Abatement Act. Clause 2 deletes and replaces Section 3, subsection 4 of the Principal Act. This section deals with noise from private premises and public places and speaks to limitation on noise at any time of day or night that is audible beyond a distance of 100 meters from the source of such sound during specified periods, that being weeknights and weekends. The amendment removes the distinction in the treatment of the weekdays and weekends, and the prohibited period between 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock will now apply to both weekdays and weekend. Additionally, Section 5, subsection 3 of the Act, which sets out permission required for operation of specified equipment in certain cases, is amended, Mr. President, by changing the stipulated time from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Clause 3 states that Notwithstanding anything otherwise specified in any permission granted under Section 5, the period specified in the new Section 3.4 and 5.3 shall apply to any activity carried on to such permission. And this provision ensures that for all events for which permits would have been granted prior to this bill coming into effect, but which occur between the date of commencement and January 31, 2020, the extended time will also apply to those. Mr. President and colleagues, let me take the time to carefully reiterate for all, this bill is a temporary measure with specific parameters and an end date. These amendments do not remove or impair the police's power to preserve the peace and public order. That power remains unfettered. Therefore, where it is determined that an event is a nuisance or that there is a security risk, for instance, the police reserve the power to ask that the music be turned down to reduce the nuisance or to require that the event come to an end. To facilitate the operationalization of these amendments, the Ministry of National Security will be undertaking a vigorous public education campaign along with the sensitization of the members of the JCF. It must, Mr. President and colleagues, be fully appreciated that these amendments are not to be taken as a license to event operators to conduct events in an unreasonable fashion without regard for the wider public. These temporary amendments are to be taken in the spirit of our desire to facilitate an environment for greater economic activity as well as expression of the culture and vibrancy of our nation for the festive season. Mr. President, time is on us, and so I look forward to the support of the Senate in passing these amendments, and I invite my colleagues to make their contribution to this debate.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Crawford, you don't need a lectern.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is often said, thank you, that context is the mother of understanding. And a lot of times when you say there's a disagreement, it's a misunderstanding of the context that the other person is presenting. Depending on where you stand, 6 looks like a 9 and 9 looks like a 6. And so I will take a little while to establish the context of this conversation that we're having, the whole noise abatement discussion, despite the clear disappointment from some members today. Mr. President, there are 2 ways to earn a living. That is through a wage or a profit. The person seeking to earn a wage will be pushing forward their labor for remuneration, and a person seeking to earn a profit will be putting forward a value for remuneration. So they put a value proposition forward, and people will then pay for that value proposition more than the cost to provide that value proposition, by extension creating a profit. The other will be putting his labor forward and will be remunerated for that labor. There was a time that most Jamaicans, especially those within the lower echelons of society, had to earn from labor or wages. And so they will go to the factory, they will go to the farm, and they would then sell their labor, normally for very low wages. And that level of wage was low, and the great economist is here with us today, was low partially because the demand and supply for that labor. And so therefore, you found that there was high supply of labor, low-level labor, and relatively low demand for low-level labor, and by extension, a low income. The People's National Party at some point felt it necessary to protect that level of labor by putting in a minimum wage, a wage below which even the market circumstance would not have allowed. What has happened over time, Mr. President, is that automation and mechanization have replaced muscle labor. And so the factory that hired 100 people in 1980 is now hiring 15, 20. Also, you'll find that the farm that used to depend on people to chop cane now have a cane cutting machine. That's why many of our people are not getting farmer cards as they used to. Yeah. Machines have replaced muscle. In fact, you go as far as to know the new AI, artificial intelligence, and whenever you call certain companies, computer answers. That takes away the jobs of many persons who used to work within those call centers. And last time I went to the airport, which is recently because my visa is intact, there was no check-in agent. You go and check in yourself. And when you went to customs, you just swipe your thing and you check out yourself. And so what has happened now is that those who used to seek wages and their children now have to seek profit. But they're faced with a certain negative because they don't have the income and assets behind them to go into large profit-seeking entities like manufacturing and tourism, building hotels, etc. So they now are starting to evolve within our society over the last 2 decades, industries for the poor. Yeah. Those industries for the poor were likely to be vending, for example, entertainment in the particular, promoting events, and taxis, taxi cabs. When I say taxis, people may believe it's GCT. Right. And so you find if somebody don't have a job or they lose a job, the first thing they seek to do is to keep something or sell something. But those industries have always been under pressure from every government that comes into power. For some reason, I've never heard of a vendor's promotion act. Like how you have a tourism enhancement. I've never heard of a vending enhancement. A manufacturer's promotion bill. I've never heard of a events promotion. And so therefore you find that those persons have been toiling in an industry on their own without much support. It is at the point now, Mr. President, that the nation, and we just talk about the state of emergency, must seek to ensure that individuals without great access to assets can earn a profit, because there's no opportunity, very little opportunity for them to earn a wage. I met one individual while I was in the Ministry of Tourism and Entertainment, and I asked him, how much you make a week? He put on a weekly event. He said that he can make up to $25,000, $30,000 per event, and he put it on once per week. And in my mind, I was like, but that sounds like a waste of effort to make $30,000. He says, other than that, he'd make, at the time, $7,200. Because he wasn't trained to make anything more than $7,200. So had he not been doing his event for $30,000, which to me is a little bit of money, to him is 4 times, 3 times what he would have made had he not done it. And so I have always lobbied for us to have some change, some conversation on the noise abatement. And Sophia Fraser-Binns, Senator Fraser-Binns have always been an ally. And Senator Mayor has always been. In fact, we have ended up in some communities seeking to lobby for consideration for entertainment to go a longer way. But when we check the situation, there's a song Bob Marley sings that says she likes to party, have a good time. And at the end of it, he says, Pimper's Paradise. What we have here is a Pimper's Paradise. It's a reflection of how we perceive entertainment in the first place. You see, we want to say, okay, for the Christmas period, we're going to extend it. Because our concern is that entertainment is really just the excitement part. It's not the business part. Right. And so therefore we're saying, more people want to go party, more people want to do activity. So for 1 month, that's like saying to KFC, for 1 month we're going to allow fried chicken. The rest of the time it have to boil. It's a good feeling thing. But a good feeling dedicated mainly to the consumer. Not the man who keep event. 26,000 events were kept in a year. All of them weren't in 1 month. And so, while I love this because I'm taking 1 month, when you don't have nothing, anything is good. And so, therefore, give me the 1 month. But I see down the line that we're setting up the communities to now start to resist more entertainment. But we're also not recognizing that there are other aspects of the law that this does not speak to. For example, this speaks to the aspect of allowing the shall end at 12 or shall end at 2 to be changed to shall end at 2 or shall end at 4, which meant at the time that no matter if there's a complaint, it should end. Am I correct, legal luminary? Even if there's no complaint. Because shall means that at 2, all if you're there in a bush, you're breaking the law. So there's no consideration. So what it has done now is to say it shall end at 2 or shall end at 4. But it doesn't speak to if there is intervention, if there's a complaint. So if there is a complaint, there is no more 2 or 4. It is immediate upon complaint. Because it is creating a nuisance. Not based on the police discretion. The law says within 100 feet or meters. I'm not sure if which one is this. Meters. If it is odd way. I'm going to start over just for this.
Senator?
Yes, ma'am.
You proceed hereon with caution.
I've been warned, Madam President. But let us look at it. It says if it creates a nuisance. And for years I've been campaigning that a nuisance isn't only decibels. A nuisance can also be content. And so, therefore, if it is that you are listening to this music, and a lot of times it's happening between 10 and 12 early jugglings, no problem. Yeah. Then after 12, when the cartel come in, it becomes a nuisance. Or when the bad word come in, it becomes nothing wrong. Because
Senator
what
Crawford,
is a nuisance to one isn't a nuisance to all.
Senator Crawford, when who comes in?
The bad word.
No, which entertainer?
The cartel.
Oh.
Yes. And the bro god come in. When they come in. So therefore, if we don't consider the two sources of nuisance, and they're reasonable nuisance, because in television I choose what I don't want kids to watch in my house. Another person may have a different opinion. But when the sound system is next door, I have no prevention of what I consume. So I have been lobbying for years to say, let's rate the events. Yes. So that a man can have a G-rated event versus a R-rated event. Yes, and he knows that the G-rated can keep in the community, but the R-rated have to go to bush. Yes. I begged for that. Because what we're setting up now, regardless of moving from 2 to 4, is a man to say, I don't want the most recent one now. There's a song from Trinidad about criminal in her whatever, right? The man's daughter is listening that. The man was upset. Well, he should. But what I'm saying is, Matthew, and you're a promoter. Yeah. Huh? Because there's no rating. If there was a rating, for example, at Tony Rebel show, Rebel Salute, Bounty Killer goes as Rodney Price. Lady Saw went as Marian Hall. More recently, their catalog is wide enough. And there's also radio version. But where there's no rule, there's no law. So therefore, every man play anything and everybody would, creating a nuisance. And by extension, in creating this nuisance now, you create a separation between the community and the promoter. Yes. Now we have argued, say, let's rate events. And a community can say, I will accept this rated event. Yeah. Another community might say they'll accept another rated event. Yeah. But if you don't change that automatic nuisance of content, well, wherever it is, may I said this don't solve that nuisance. But let's look at the other nuisance now, the decibels, the level of noise. There has been no categorizing within this law of what decibel is a nuisance. So the World Health Organization says 50 decibel. At 50 decibel is night noise, acceptable night noise. 50 decibel is almost a car driving past your house. You know? If a truck drives past your house, it pass 50 decibel. Yeah. So, in fact, as I said, when we were testing downtown the parking lots for multi-use, we tested the communities before we turned on the sound so that we could know the impact of the sound in the community. When we went in the Great Tivoli Gardens, it was 76 decibels. Tivoli was above the accepted night noise before the sound turned on. Their culture is that. Yeah. And they're okay. And they're okay.
So the night noise, that was absorbed.
The night, would it possibly wouldn't affect it? No, what I'm saying is that if we don't accept the decibels as night noise, then any man will barely hear. It's subjective. And so even if we just don't like crowd, if we don't want them in our community, we can call in because there's no decibel to say when you go to the sound, you say, okay, turn it down to 20 decibel. In fact, the mayor spoke about it when we went on another little meeting, that there are decibel meters that you can put on a sound that chip out the sound when the sound go over the decibel. No, I want. No, I want. Them not talk to him. Them not talk to him, man. Them not talk to him, man. Them not talk to him. Yeah. Them not talk to him. I was overseas. No. If you don't have decibels, if you don't have decibels, Matthew, if you don't have decibels, then you don't have a objective method. And then you have argument. Because now it's led to a subjective, this not loud, or this loud, or this is sufficient night noise, or this is not sufficient. Now, we can tell you that there are some communities planning already their resistance.
Yes.
So if you don't have no objectivity, it's going to lead to a problem. It's going to lead to that level of resistance. Then we have asked for many, many years for zones.
Yes, man.
For zones. But there is a misunderstanding of zones in our society because the majority of events are not in venues. They're street dances.
Yes.
So therefore, when you have an event that makes its income from selling liquor, him not no cover charge, him not no promotion. Him simply just say, I keep a thing, him string up a sound, and him sell 2 juice. The zone as we see it now don't match him. As we see it. But then now, we have some communities that if they should get to the zone, they don't want to care. Sometimes we're making laws only on our reality. We can drive down to Port Royal, pick up my brethren, pick up my girl, go to Port Royal. Yeah. Most of the attendants to these dances is walking. They don't have no vehicle. And we don't have no public transport for night. What the night transport? So I take taxi. But if you take taxi, you can't buy a drinks. No. There's some other, Madam President. You're not over there. I don't enjoy these people. No, Madam, and you're a beautiful smile. You have people in these communities that keep, they say they have 10,000 sounds, over 10,000 sound systems in Jamaica. Almost every community have them sounds.
Yes, man.
And when that sound is playing, that sound can't reach to the one Fort Rocky. Fort Rocky, that is going to be the first zone. You know what I love? When Minister Green just re-announced it and said, the first zone. Just re-announce the zone and says the first zone.
the first and
But yeah, it's a re-announcement. It's not the first announcement, but it's a re-announcement of the first zone. But when Fort Rock is a zone, it helps one segment of the industry. Those who keep big events, those who can afford to put it on radio, those like Matthew. Those like Mass Camp, who's going to die now without, I see a nice apartment building right across from Mass Camp.
I don't know. What are going to
So Mass Camp is on the verge of lock off now.
one time.
So Fort Rocky will help Mass Camp.
Yes.
But it don't help Round Rabbit.
No.
It don't help birthday party. It don't help me I keep a night, me I keep a dance. It don't help those things. So from that time I'm raised with everybody. I mean, I volunteer whatever I think to people. Sometime on radio, sometime in private. But we say we need community zones. That a community must say that on this day, in this place, we will allow these events.
Yes.
Simply put, a committee can say weekends, nothing else, Saturdays only. So therefore, the community association meet and say, on a Saturday, we will allow events in our community, and it must be over by the play field.
Yes.
That now is a community zone. Man planning thing. Another community might say holidays only, depending on the community. And him said that is his zone. But what we have done now is to say that you can go 2 to 4, but any call even 11 o'clock.
Shut you off.
Shut you off. Any call 4 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, shut you off. Yeah. And so the risk to the promoter has not been removed. And the nuisance to the community has not been considered. So I'm saying that we need community zones so that in your community flankers can say we will take it on a Thursday, but we not take it no other day.
Don't want it on a Sunday.
We don't want it on a Sunday.
Yes, church day then.
Because that's a church day.
That's on the church.
But there might be a community that is mostly Seventh-day Adventist who say we don't want it on a Friday.
Yes, they want it on a Sunday.
We'll take it Saturday, Sunday.
Yes.
That one.
That
is why the term community means majority of the people will share their opinion. The man who's a Sunday worshiper who feel disturbed, go to that group now and try to lobby that group to change their minds. But what you have now is where the Sunday, the Saturday, and every worshiper have no say until him call 10 o'clock. So you have a post-action instead of a pre-action. I've said the minority then seeks to lobby their community. And therefore they can say 1 Sunday, 2 Sunday. They might say not all Sundays. The community can come to an agreement. But in any group of individuals, there will always be one who feels that this is not reasonable. All I'm saying to you is, what you have is a post-investment law to say after the man put in money, after the man promote, after the event start, I can call. Instead of a pre-investment rule that said, don't bother to put your event here because this is not going to be approved. And so what you have done now is to increase the risk to the promoter and increase the nuisance and the apathy between the community and the promoter because now me lose my money.
And it also builds unity with adjoining communities too.
So a promoter now can walk around and campaign in a community.
Because right there in Ligani you have issues going on between 2 adjoining
communities. Ligani.
Yes.
New Kingston now complain every day. You put the community at the front of the thing. So what happens is that the promoter now knows where are the places that I can keep my event.
So you want a minister who can think of it?
Well, you see them to put the mayor as the minister.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I should do. A giant minister. No, and I must congratulate
the mayor,
Minister Grange as well, who loves entertainment.
Yes.
I cannot take that from her. I believe she accepts that entertainment is an essential part of our fabric.
Yes.
I don't know if she accepts the business aspect of it. Yeah. That it is an essential contributor to our economic growth and our earnings. She likes the entertainment side, which is one of the reasons why the Ministry of Culture is the Ministry of Heritage Celebration. She likes the celebration part. But the business part has been ignored. And so what I'm saying is that I am happy that shall end 2 is now 4 and shall end 12 is now 2. But I am unhappy that any individual can still cause it to end at 10, 11, or whatever time that they subjectively feel that there's a nuisance. The other change that I'm not seeing in this here is why you're confiscating the equipment. Why is not a ticketed offense? Why is it that when a person go against this rule, he not does get a ticket that he has to pay, and him can't have no more event, and him can't get no more approval until him pay the ticket? Why am I going to get locked up? You going to take away the sound system for nice nuisance? Yes, and you have now some changes to the Principal Act, and you have ignored a very important part.
But that's what he said.
You have ignored.
The piecemeal approach is not working. That's
What?
what he's saying.
I've read it 100 times. It's not a ticketable offense. It is an offense of confiscation. I'm saying change that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying that was not changed. You have put forward some changes.
He's speaking generally.
And I'm saying within those changes, at the forefront should be not to criminalize a nuisance.
Yeah.
Every industry have nuisance. Farms have nuisance. Oftentimes stench and all kind of things are nuisance of farms, flies. Tourism have nuisance, traffic, water shortage, all of those things happen within tourism communities. Backside have nuisance, dust, noise, all of them things are nuisance of backside. But we don't criminalize.
Yeah.
If we have time to correct with ticketing, intervention, notice, we don't say on first offense.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that if a person violates the noise abatement, you simply give him a ticket. Yeah. And that now deter further action because he cannot renew. So what I'm saying here, Mayor, I know you were integral. No, you were essential. And you and Babsy together come with something that I am happy to see there's movement. Because this is the first movement since 1997. But like, and yeah, Mr. Chang, who is the security. But like Senator Knight, I am also offering myself to sit with the team, to say this is what I think, this is what we thought, this is our experience, this is what our people told us at the time, to come up with effective changes to the Noise Abatement Act so that it does not continue to be the number one example of prejudice in our society, where large events have never been affected. Sunfest never ever lack off. Jazz and blues never ever lack off. Sting never ever lack off. Never ever.
And Juve.
But the Juve, worse.
No,
moving nice.
Master would know about Juve. I saw him.
But you saw him, you were there. Yeah. Yeah, you were there. She was looking out through the windows. Yeah. Yeah, she was looking out at breakfast time. It was 7 a.m. and she was looking out.
Yes.
But I thank you, Mayor, team, for making the first step in some renegotiation of the unfortunate and unfair rules that govern the entertainment industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Crawford. Senator Crawford, will there be Sting this year?
No.
Next year?
Yes.
Because it was dubbed the greatest one-night show on earth, Sting.
I saw you there.
Yes. And I'll be there next year. Senator Samuda,
Madam
I
President,
acknowledge you.
I'll be brief. I'm clear on the time implications, but this is, I think, an important step. Important, however, that we acknowledge that this is not the end of a process. It's not even the beginning of the end. It is actually the beginning of the beginning as it relates to the entertainment industry in this country. The entertainment industry is something I know a little bit about. It's actually because of that industry that I actually met Senator Crawford when he was President Crazy Jim.
What?
Yes. There was an event that used to be called Twisted Thursdays at
the University of the West Indies in the Union and the small badminton court in the Union. And while Senator Crawford was president of the guild, it started and it began to flourish. Then Comrade Marlon Campbell was CAC, if I'm not mistaken, or was it Labourite Floyd Green? It may have been during the transition from CACs. No, I was never a cover. No, well, I know better. You can't tell me anything. Anyway, at that point, I was at Campion, but I had a sound system. And one fateful Thursday afternoon, I was invited when they had some disaster with the resident sound on campus to come and rescue their event because the sound couldn't make it that evening. So we came and rescued the comrades. But importantly to note is the role of sound systems in entertainment, right? You know, there is no event in Jamaica that doesn't engage audio, doesn't engage sound, doesn't engage music in some way, shape, or form. And when we consider how we've packaged entertainment and how the world thinks of Jamaican entertainment, or certainly one large segment of our entertainment, it is based on the sound system culture, it's the dancehall culture. And often when we describe dancehall and we describe the events, we think of the street dance first. But the dancehall culture permeates and resonates far deeper than just in big street dances. And I think it's going to be important how we define events, Senator Crawford. So whereas I agree with you, we need to define what the decibel levels are, we're going to have to define exactly what constitutes an event. Because is it where 3 and 4 are gathered at any one of your 16,000 bars and music is playing? Or is it when 20 and 30 are gathered? Is it when a permit must be sought because the decibel level is exceeded? We're going to have to define in a way that is acceptable to all stakeholders what constitutes an event. Because you have many thousands of persons who would add up to what you would classify as many thousands, or what they would classify as many thousands of events that have never engaged the formal structure of getting a permit. You have persons with places of amusement licenses that go through the parish council that have virtual events every night. They don't quite reach to the level of clubs. They're what you'd call in the liquor industry one-stool bars, and they can hardly be called what we would classify an event, but kill them dead, it's their event. So it's going to be important legislatively as we go forward that we define what is an event. Then, as Senator Crawford said, and I associate with the comment as it relates to decibel levels, we're going to then have to define what the decibel levels are that are acceptable. But as we discuss decibel levels and we discuss zoning, I think on both sides of the aisle, we're going to have to acknowledge that it's not just in 1997, when the Noise Abatement Act was passed, that entertainment wasn't put front burner and put as a serious part of the discussion on how you're going to build your economy and how you're going to zone. The fact is, the last 2 or 3 administrations have been looking at your parish development orders. They've been open to comment across the nation in the post offices, in many other public spaces, certainly in the municipality offices. And I can challenge any of my colleagues on this side or colleagues on that side to show me the area in any of the parish development orders that has been left open to facilitate any sort of mass event, whether it be church event or dancehall event or theatrical event. So you don't have the development mindset of the country since independence has not taken into consideration the entertainment sector, whether it be based on deep cultural heritage or based on the new age or new traditions that would be being formed by the youth of that day. Because Senator Crawford mentioned it already, but that apartment complex that would have gone up next door to the stadium changes the ability to keep certain types of events in that area on what is a large landmass that was thought of to be a particular area. Caymanas is the same thing, and several other areas that are now being zoned for development don't take into consideration the need for that sort of open space. And that's not limited to the Kingston and St. Andrew or St. Catherine area. It's a national situation. So the very structures of government, whether central or local government, have not considered entertainment as that economic driver that it can be, especially for the poorest amongst us. And they don't consider what the inputs are into such an industry. Now, I'd say, for the first 10 years of adulthood, entertainment was my primary business, right? I've operated sound systems, I've run clubs. In 1 year, I had 54 events between Jamaica, South Florida, and Cayman. I'm very familiar with the varying aspects of it, right? The inputs to this industry, in many ways, are not considered in the economic value. Let's take security. Security guards earn per hour, and the customers and the event persons are charged per hour based on the event. So when you cut events early, you actually cut the earnings for other sub-industries that in many ways would never be captured in the economic information for this space. So as we move forward and we accept that it is the beginning of the beginning, one of the things that we will both, on both sides, need to commit to as we look at how we build out this gem that we have in the entertainment industry, is commit to using the varying agencies that we have. We have very good professionals in Statin and in PIOJ to broaden their look, to really understand the economic value of the entertainment industry. We have to also look at how we're going to structure and how we're going to define the industry outside of just events. You have many types of entertainment in Jamaica. You have many types of cultural exposés. You have many types and subtypes within each category. So we're going to have to look at how we define and what is acceptable for things like bingos, for things like church conventions, for cultural events, whether it be Grand Market and what time it goes until, whether it be huge dances in the country. We're going to have to spend some time to define this industry. Not in a way that locks it in and stops the creative spirit and stops the growth in it. But the rating system is one such method. But we do have to spend some time and analyze the varying category of events and accept also that the permitting process cannot be one size fits all. The very process for permitting has caused great angst. It has cost, I would imagine, certainly since independence, probably billions of dollars of investment for persons who would have put together and put investment into events that subsequently either don't get permits or the permit gets yanked before time. So we need to look at the permitting process very seriously, because quite frankly, the permitting process as it exists now is, Senator Crawford described it as post-investment, but it's almost worse. It's almost a gamble, because the discretion that is left to the police is crazy. And to go further, you cannot have the licensing authority being the regulator at the same time. So you cannot have, in a future structure, in my opinion, the police being the licensing authority. It is the same reason we moved the firearm licensing process from the police. They should have right to comment. Their opinion is certainly the police you keep an event without a police permit. So in essence, whether they're legally the permitting authority or not, they have become the permitting authority by what we have allowed. If we were in a different space, in a different sort of justice environment, you'd have had class action lawsuit against the police long ago. It is unacceptable what we've allowed to perpetuate for decades and hold down this gem that could really drive the tourism process and drive our youth engagement strategy. So the main points, and just in summary as I close, we need to redefine what we classify as entertainment and look holistically at the strategy. We need to ensure that it is integrated in our economic and development plans in a manner that gives the youth that participate and will participate in the future the chance to truly grow. And we need to look at the permitting process and align it with international standards while understanding our local realities. And we have to give persons who are going to invest in entertainment a fair chance to move from micro to small, from small to medium, and from medium to big. Should it please you, Madam President?
You can put, Madam, I don't want to belong. Madam
Senator
President,
Charles
pull over this.
Sinclair.
Madam President, I stand to support the bill. I heard my friend, yes, and I am pleased to see that the first step has been made, the first step in what is obviously going to be a long road, and a comprehensive legislation that has to be made. And I think Senator Samuda went through that. But in doing that, Madam President, we just have to reflect, because Senator Crawford spoke about the fact of no rules and so forth. This Noise Abatement Act, which I believe requires, needs, urgently too, some comprehensive review, was passed in 1997. And strangely enough, I always heard Senator Brown make comment of this. To speak about the regulations, he has spoke about the absence of regulations in relation to legislation that has been passed and the delay. Now, the 1997 Noise Abatement Act, Section 7, in fact, provides for the minister to have made regulations. And when I reviewed the Hansard in relation to the passage of the Act at the time, I see comment from Senator Paul Webb, as he then was, which said that the guidelines will be provided by way of regulations to come as to the factors to be taken into account by the police in determining whether an application for permission should be granted, and if so, what conditions should be attached. Well, today, so many years after the passage in 1997, there are no regulations. And it is this failure in providing regulations for the Noise Abatement Act that has contributed to significant concerns in the industry. I had the pleasure of being a part of a stakeholder meeting with the Minister Harris Chang in Montego Bay, and listened to the concerns expressed by the promoters. And some of them spoke about the abuse by the police, speculation as to what could be described as corruption, a lack of transparency. And, you know, the appeal process, police superintendent turns on your application, and you have to appeal to the commissioner of police. But I wonder which commissioner is going to, in the normal course of things, want to overrule his superintendent. So it appears that what you have is a situation where Caesar is appealing to Caesar. You know, there are some of the concerns I just wish to highlight. But before I do that, as I said, the comprehensive review of the Noise Abatement Act is something that must be done. Madam President, in doing that, one will need to have a look at where the legislation is going to fall, which ministry is going to have responsibility for whatever form it takes. I believe that the comprehensive legislation may require what probably could be described as an entertainment act, entertainment industry act, as against a Noise Abatement Act, which will have and cover many areas that is not included. Pardon me? Yes, whatever description will be given to it. As exists now, Madam President, as exists now, you have the Noise Abatement Act. Application have to be made to the police to obtain a permit under Section 5. Under the place of amusement regulations that is governed by the local authorities. So the logistics that is involved in just obtaining a permit, you have to be at two different agencies in making your application. And yes, more than two, at least two, and to satisfy the requirements, I believe it's a logistical nightmare for persons who are involved in the business. And if you were to just compare the two major agencies, whether the Jamaica Constabulary Force or the local authority, I want to believe that the local authority would be the place where it should reside for permits to be given for persons seeking to put on entertainment events. Madam President, some quick concerns that arise. You know, I saw a letter from a superintendent turning down an event where an application was made by somebody involved in the business of entertainment promotion, involved in the business for over 10 years. And what was written on that letter? Under Section 5. It says that the person could not, the superintendent says he was not aware of the source of funding. No, the applicant was never invited to a meeting, whether by the superintendent or any officer, but the superintendent wrote that in a letter refusing application. He was also told that he was subject of an investigation by MOCA. The strangest thing, because I couldn't believe that a superintendent would have said to an applicant, you are subject to a MOCA investigation. Person has never been interviewed, never been detained over all his life, and that is what was written. So you have an arbitrariness that exists about a person applying for a permit and what is conveyed. Luckily for that individual, made the application, the appeal, and he's successful. But you know, we have other situations reflected in our newspaper report, the Jamaica Observer of December 12, 2014, where a superintendent in St. James is reported as saying, no permits. He has said it without even seeing an application. He just made a broad comment. No permits would be granted to any promoter to stage a dance in communities where murder shootings have been committed within 21 days prior to the application. So whether or not it was in the vicinity of where this particular event would have taken place, he has declared that no permit would be granted. Madam President, the carte blanche comment which was applied, if you were to take it, you may have found a situation that there would be no permit granted in St. James. If all superintendents took that approach in 2014, you may have had the entertainment business shuttered right across Jamaica. But I tell you what I find as the strangest thing, and we have many upcoming artists in St. James that have reached national prominence. You agree with that? Senator Horton, many of them. Yes, man. You know, what this Section 5 has been used for in respect to many of them, because some of them, although they are from Montego Bay, are being told that they cannot, for themselves, or if they are individuals, Madam President, who have applied to put on events and name one of those artists for their event, they are told that the permit will not be granted.
Madam President, let's get regard. Madam President, again, let me just say, Madam President, the time now being beyond 4:20, we ask for the suspension of standing orders, Madam President, so that we can sit beyond 4:30.
We have heard the motion put. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Senator Sinclair.
I will soon be attending. Don't worry, Senator Brown. But it is a concern. It is a concern. And, you know, I called on the commissioner earlier in respect to SOE, in respect to what is being used to deny artists, entertainers, the opportunity to earn a legitimate income and to express themselves as guaranteed by our Constitution, that the Section 5 not be abused. We don't have to wait for any comprehensive review of the legislation for that to be done. Because a strict reading of Section 5 of the Noise Abatement Act, it is my opinion that it does not give that authority to any superintendent to deny an artist his right to earn an income and to express himself as guaranteed by the Constitution. But whilst we look on those issues that arise under the existing Act, what I would recommend and encourage promoters to do, because many of the concerns that have been expressed by Senator Crawford, you spoke about a lockoff taking place as a result of somebody calling in to say that they are disturbed. A lot of times this is done by competing promoters because they are trying to say, well, your event either not going to go on because I have my event around the corner and I want persons to be at my event. The promoters need to organize themselves, put themselves into groups, have their discussions, improve on their advocacy. And I suspect if that was done, probably would have had over the years that we have passed without the regulations that guide the use of the Noise Abatement Act, it probably would have been in place from that time. But I am happy that the process has started. I encourage all parties, ministries, other stakeholders, and as Senator Crawford has said, he is prepared to work in the process to ensure that the review is comprehensive, covers all possible areas, and at the end of the day, we will have legislation that all will be happy with. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
No, 4:30 the staff need to go home. Chris Bruce have called. I want to bill, man. I want to bill.
I'm prepared to.
I want 1 month.
Mr. President.
Yes,
yes.
Thank you, Senator Sinclair. Senator Fraser-Binns.
I appreciate that each senator has their own independent right, but I thought in the interest of time we would have come to some agreement. It appears that that's not the case, so I would like to make my presentation on this bill, which seeks to amend the Noise Abatement Act. Mr. President, there is no doubt, and Senators Crawford and Samuda have spoken so elegantly and eloquently about entertainment and the industry. It is true that as a country, we have not fully grasped the impact that the entertainment industry has on our economy. In fact, Mr. President, the truth is that for many years, what we have done is we have sought to treat it as a little energy-going thing or an opportunity to make a money. But we really have not spent any time truly seeking to develop the entertainment industry or the music industry, as we're talking about the Noise Abatement Act. And the fact is that the studies show that in 2004, approximately 12,000 persons were directly employed to the entertainment, well, in this case, to the music industry alone. And I'm quite sure that the mayor would perhaps be in a better position to give me more recent figures. But what we do know is that the country benefited at least 4.6 billion Jamaican dollars in revenues from the entertainment industry, and that is coming from Mr. Witter in his article, The Music and the Jamaican Economy, published in 2004. So we do have an indication as to the economic impact or the economic benefit that the music industry has on the economy. Regrettably, though, the industry is so fragmented and we have not led in a way so as to have a coalition or a uniting of the industry. Now, Vanos James, in his research, speaks to the impact of music, and he says that if you invest $1 in the creative industry, then you earn $7. Whereas if you invest that $1 in other industries, you do not earn as much. And James is a notable writer and someone who has done extensive work on the entertainment industry. And so he completely understands what he was speaking about. The truth, though, is that we do not have any piece of legislation that fully deals with the entertainment industry. So we have the Noise Abatement Act, a section of which we're dealing with today. But outside of that, what else do we have? Senator Crawford spoke about the Tourism Enhancement Act. Many, many years ago, in fact, sometime in 2000, I recall, there was a bill called the Entertainment Encouragement Act that was drafted. When I was doing my thesis in 2010, I sought to get an update as to where are we with that. It seemed to have died a natural death. And a piece of legislation like that is what you need to get the kind of support that is required in the entertainment industry. And so I'm using the opportunity not only to call for the Noise Abatement Act to come to Parliament, that we can debate it, we can go through it as a whole, but also for there to be an update on the Entertainment Encouragement Bill, if it is still in embryonic stages, or if there is a new law that is going to take its place. Now, Mr. President, regrettably, there is a piece of law called the Security Interest in Personal Property that was passed. And part of, well, perhaps the main reason was to allow industries such as the entertainment industry to be utilized to assist the stakeholders in that industry. So, for example, it was envisioned that one could use their catalog as collateral to get a loan from the banks. 4 or 5 years later, regrettably, the result we hoped for has not been achieved. And I'm also using the opportunity to make a plea that our commercial banks start becoming creative in how we use collateral in our entertainment industry. You know, everybody knows that Michael Jackson, for example, used his catalog to secure loans so that he could do many things. And this is somewhere I think as a country we need to go. So let me look now at the specific amendment before us. And everybody knows my position has been that the time has come for us to review the Noise Abatement Act, and particularly the provision that deals with when events end. And that will be Section 5 specifically. And I still maintain that because I don't believe that enough has been done to ensure that we empower persons in the music industry. The reality of it is that within this, in our country, a majority of our people go to night events at midnight. Not me, but majority of them, like Damian, Senator Crawford, that's when they go. And outside of the events, whether it is this thing that Senator Morrison mentioned, or it is jazz festival, or it is Juve or carnival, the truth is that outside of those organized events, what we have are street dances, what community people call round robin. And round robin don't start at 7 o'clock. at 9 o'clock they just start juggling. You know what juggling is, Senator Gale? That's when they just start building a vibe. But the vibe really comes to climax at about 2, 3 o'clock. And the truth is that that is when the events have to close. So I am pleased that certainly for the festive period, there's some consideration. There's some consideration given for the extension. But I have one concern, Senator Braham, and I'm very happy that the mayor is still here. Because while we extend the time, which I fully support, what we have to do, Senator Braham, is to ensure that there is a balancing. Because as much as we want to keep the activities going on until 4 o'clock, we also have to be cognizant that there are persons in some of these areas who want to have a good night rest because they have to get up at 7 o'clock or at 8 o'clock to go to work. And so they need to be properly rested. And that is compounded by the fact that Senator Braham, it is compounded by the fact that we live in a very high-stressed environment, and so rest is important. And as such, I am calling, Mr. Mayor, I am calling on the relevant authority. Am I disturbing you, Senator Graham? Am I disturbing you? So, Mr. President, I am so happy I spoke because I think I have just touched a corner of Reverend Graham. But, colleagues, on a serious note though, Senator Williams, I am making a special plea for those of us who want to go to bed at 10 o'clock and sleep through the night without any disturbance. So when they come to the parish council, or the municipality as they are now called, that at least there's some consideration given to that. I was sharing my experience with somebody that where I live, every Friday night and every Saturday night, I hear the music across the road. Right? I hear it. And at 2 o'clock, I say, okay, fine, it's going to close off at 2. But that is when it starts. And so we have to know, while we are supporting the extension, we need to be cognizant of the grouping of persons who want to go to bed and who want to have a good night rest. And I also want to say one other thing, Senator Braham. Mr. President, I think Senator Braham is disturbing me. I do need protection from Senator Braham.
Senator Braham is going to indicate a desire to speak once you are finished.
So he will have his turn. Damien. Right. And I would also recommend that while we have these night events, that special consideration be given to the security, because it is no doubt that certain activities will take place at some of these events, and we have to ensure that the promoters put in place adequate security, not just relying solely on the police, but private security to ensure that all attendees are protected. And so, Mr. President, that is really my very brief intervention. I support the amendment, but I call on the authorities in granting the permits to ensure that there is adequate consideration to persons who do not wish to be disturbed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fraser-Vin. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is interesting that this is one of the areas that I'm most passionate about. Yes. Many people in here do not know this, but in a past life, I was an entertainment publicist for many years, representing film, music, and events for some of the top artists in Jamaica. One of the recurring issues, Mr. President, one of the recurring issues.
You see that Senator Bram's harassment is across the board.
One of one of the recurring issues, Mr. President, when I was a publicist and even now, when I speak to persons in the industry, is this perceived unfairness that they feel the state has towards the music industry. And I know Senator Crawford has alluded to it on occasion. But there is a perception within segments of our society and in certain communities that the Noise Abatement Act has been used as a tool to oppress their ability to earn a living, which is why I personally welcomed the plans that the government announced to review the act. But I have a more fundamental issue. And it has to do with how we as a society see music, our indigenous music. So we have a thing called the Noise Abatement Act, which is it was unanimously passed in 1997 by, as the Hansard says, the three sides of the House. Which, if you define noise, it said unwanted sound judged to be unpleasant, loud, or disruptive. So this act basically designates the sound coming from a large section of the society as noise. Because it's unwanted to some people. But a large section of the society doesn't see it as noise. They see it as their culture. They see it as their source of living. There is, but in this context and how it has been used over the years, you can see a bias against music, against indigenous music. One of the challenges I had when I was a publicist, Mr. President, is that I always sat and listened to people saying that dancehall is important. That dancehall is important and reggae music is important. But yet still there has never been a cohesive approach in terms of building the industry. We say in good company that Jamaican music is the heartbeat of the people. But yet there have been so many efforts over the years to do things to stop the heartbeat. I support the temporary amendments to the Noise Abatement Act, but I'm not happy with the Noise Abatement Act. I'm not happy that we have not yet, as a country and as a society, made a decision as to a proper way to respect and nourish and build our indigenous music industry so that it can flourish and the people who participate in this space can be proud and not feel as hustlers but feel that they are professionals. I agree with you, Senator. The development of zones, in my view, is an important step. But I have a fundamental issue as it relates to zones. I don't believe that only the government should be participating in the process of developing zones, in the sense that I think that the government needs to contemplate opening up the development of zones to the private sector as well. I don't know if I want the government to own my venue. I don't know if I want, when a venue is there, the government has to be the one to repair the venue, and if there are competing obligations of the government, whether to build it, fix the the toilet in the primary school or fix the toilet in the venue. I know as a politician which one I would fix. So yes, the parish council, the minister and stuff may have to designate the area. But I don't want the government too involved in the building of venues for entertainment events. If the music is expected to build into a proper business, then the private sector should be encouraged to invest in the music. I think this noise abatement conversation also, and I'm not going to be long, opens up the conversation or opens up the need for us to start talking more about the professionalism of the industry. A big part of the challenge we have as a society is the informality of our commerce. Not so long ago, many entertainers, when they went and voiced a song, would refuse to sign the split sheet. We have heard many stories in the international press where songs are sampled by artists overseas, and when royalties are supposed to be distributed, they don't know who owns the rights for those royalties. A lot of our people, sadly, do not believe in formalizing their business, registering their business, and so on. And I think as part of the reform of the Noise Abatement Act and looking at the whole entertainment industry, that the government needs to also contemplate how to further encourage persons who participate in the industry to become more formal. So not only are they more regulated by the government, but they also have the ability to get benefits such as tax breaks, such as customs break, and so forth from the government. Mr. President, I don't want to go further other than to say I support the amendments. However, I think that the broader conversation needs to take place regarding the culture clash that is taking place in the society, where persons like Mr. Bream have a particular view as it relates to particular sounds, while other persons have a different view. The reality of it is that all of us have to live together in the society. And there needs to be greater respect for persons who participate in the entertainment industry, as well as for persons who wish to not be disturbed by music or by what they call noise. However, there can only be consensus when there's an objective conversation taking place. Mr. President, I support the amendment and I thank you.
Well, let me make it clear that the mayor
Thank
did
you,
want
Senator
to
Morgan. Senator Charles, please. Minister.
Just to say, Mr. President and colleagues, I think everything that can be said has been said by all our colleagues more than once. But I want to thank everyone for their contribution. And I know that the mayor, colleagues, I know that the mayor who has forfeited his own time because of our time here would want us to say that the government intends to have this comprehensive review on the fundamental issues, and it is our intention, Senator Sinclair, for us to enact the regulations with alacrity so that we can address these issues. Again, we ask for the second reading of the bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor?
A bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Amend the Noise Abatement Act, read a second time.
Thank you. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you very much. I put clause 1. Those in favor? I put clause 2. Those in favor? Against? I put clause 3. Those in favor? Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? The The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Ask for the third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Temporarily Amend the Noise Abatement Act, read a third time and pass.
Madam President, Mr. President, I'm so used now to saying Madam President. Forgive me. I'm telling you.
You know, long me take the side one.
Colleagues, as we move into what is the last matter for today, and with it would be for the year, let me again remind us that we're treating with a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Transfer Tax Act. Mr. President, the Senate, well, before I do so, we omitted to just thank the members of the Ministry of National Security who, in our rush, let me just acknowledge them along with, of course, all of the other stakeholder departments that support them in the good work that they have done in relation to the two bills, in relation to the noise abatement bill and also in relation to the state of emergency resolutions. And we thank you for your hard work. Mr. President, colleagues, the Senate recently approved a bill to repeal the minimum business tax. That bill was seeking to implement one of the 2019-2020 revenue measures. The bill which I introduced today is part of that suite of tax reductions and is seeking to make permanent two of the measures that would have required amendment of the Transfer Tax Act. And those measures, President and colleagues, were a 3% reduction in the transfer tax rate on inter-virus transactions and a 1,000-fold increase in the threshold for the charging of transfer tax on estates from $100,000 to $10 million. Both measures are consistent with the government's thrust to increase economic growth and were aimed at stimulating greater competition and activity in and access to our credit markets, greater business and economic activity, especially in the property development and real estate market, as well as to stimulate economic growth and job creation. The measure in relation to the transfer tax, Mr. President, on estates was specifically targeted at assisting beneficiaries to leverage economic opportunities by allowing them to utilize the equity in inherited properties. Mr. President, colleagues, taxpayers have been benefiting from the reduced rate and increased threshold since April 1st, 2019. And this was made possible by the issuing, as you know, of a ministerial order under the Provisional Collection of Tax Act. Notwithstanding the powers delegated to the Minister of Finance under the Act, there are requirements for parliamentary scrutiny, and the Act requires confirmation of the order by the House of Representatives and empowers the House to extend the 6-month life of the order for a further 3 months. In compliance with that Act, Mr. President, both resolutions were passed in the lower house earlier this year, confirming the order in the first instance and extending its effectiveness until December 31st, 2019. Consequently, Mr. President and colleagues, in order to prevent the order from lapsing without the permanent legislation being in place and the need for any validating legislation, the Senate is being asked to consider and approve the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Transfer Tax Act at this time. The bill is seeking to, again, amend the Transfer Tax Act to give permanence to the reduction of the rate of transfer tax from 5% to 2% on the intervirus transactions, and the increase in the threshold for the charging of transfer tax on death from $100,000 to $10 million. The bill, which reproduces the text of the April 1st provisional order, has only 5 clauses and proposes to amend sections 3, 12, 19, and 44 of the Transfer Tax Act in the following manner. Clause 2. This clause amends section 3 of the Act, which changes the tax on transfers of property by reducing the rate of tax to 2% from 5%, which was being charged prior to April 1st of 2019. Clause 3 amends section 12 of the Act, which charges transfer tax of 1.5% on the transfer of property of death. The rate is unchanged. The amendment to the section is changing the amount of value on which transfer tax becomes payable. Instead of tax becoming payable on property valued in excess of $100,000, the tax is now payable only on property valued in excess of $10 million. The amendment also prescribes the treatment of applications that were being dealt with by the Stamp Office before the lowering of the threshold. Estates then, which were under consideration, Mr. President, immediately before the threshold change, have been accorded this new threshold as well. However, for those estates on which the tax was paid partially or fully before April 1, a policy decision was taken that no refund of tax would be allowed as a result of the lowered threshold. Clause 4 amends section 19, which allows for transfer tax to be collected on transfer instruments as additional stamp duty. Due to the amendments to the Stamp Duty Act as part of the 2019-2020 revenue measures, the amendments to this section are delinking the transfer tax from the penalty and assessment provisions of the Stamp Duty Act. The assessment and penalty provisions are now being specifically provided for in the Transfer Tax Act. Clause 5 amends the regulation-making section of the Act and provides for the making of regulations with respect to the methods and procedures for assessment, which was previously linked to Section 32 of the Stamp Duty Act. The paragraph no longer refers, Mr. President, to Stamp Duty Act, but to the new provisions being inserted into Section 19 of the Transfer Act. I commend the bill to my colleagues for their consideration and approval.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minister, for introducing this money bill. Senator Fraser-Binns.
Yes, Mr. President. Very well, it's a money bill. Sir, I just rise to make a quick contribution to this bill, which seeks to amend the Transfer Tax Act. And let me just say from the beginning that it is a bill, a proposal that we on this side support. You see, Mr. President, anything that can give assistance to persons in their development and empowerment is something that we on this side support. But as we give our support to this bill, there are a few matters that relate directly that I crave indulgence for me to speak on. The first of which has to do with the roads. And you may wonder about what roads have to do with this, and I'll tell you what it has to do with it. Certainly within the Kingston and St. Andrew area, in the last couple of years, a significant number of the housing stock has been led or developed by developers. And it is the developer, because as you know, the transfer tax is a liability or is a duty or is a burden that is borne by the vendor being the person who's selling, the vendor being the developer. And whereas before now, the developer would have been asked to pay a transfer tax on average of 5%, with the announcement of the minister, that liability was reduced to 2% or has been reduced to 2%. So if one, for example, takes a $19 million house or apartment, prior to the announcement, such a vendor would have been asked to pay by the stamp office $950,000. With the announcement, with a reduction of now 2%, that vendor is only now required to pay what translates to be about $380,000. So that vendor has a saving of $570,000. Where am I going with this? This is where I'm going with it. When one looks at the condition of our roads, particularly in the Kingston 6 and Kingston 7 and the Kingston 8 areas, and 5, which has seen a plethora of apartments, then the road condition can't be divorced from this new activity called development of housing. And I am asking that one thing that can be done from this saving is that some of this money, and I use $19 million, but I know that there are no new apartments in that area that is being sold for 19. But using 19 as a base point, that of the $570,000 that developer would have saved per unit, that some of that money be used to fix the roads in these communities, because they are in a deplorable condition and they are related directly to the activity that is taking place, that is the construction of housing. The other thing that I want to speak about, sir, is that as we celebrate this reduction, it clearly has a direct impact on the ability of developers to develop more housing stock. I am making a plea again that as they do that, that they give consideration to the creation of green spaces. When you look in the Kingston 5, 6, 7, and 8 area, you now have these high-rise buildings that never before existed, certainly not in that amount. And there are hardly any green spaces. Studies show that, I don't know what you had downstairs, but studies show, Senator Braham, that persons who have the opportunity to enjoy green space, to enjoy fresh air, are less likely to be suicidal, are more empowered, are more involved, and they want to get involved in the community. And of course, that they have safer communities because they have an area around in which they can gather. So I am making that appeal again. And the issue of estate. I am pleased that we have increased the threshold for estate. But I would say one thing, Senator Charles, because what it does, and it's good, because it helps with estate planning, as you will appreciate, because here before, you will appreciate, because of what we do, that there are a lot of persons who would not administer estates because of the cost. The cost was clearly a deterrent. And for some of them, they were not aware that they could have gone through LAMP that was set up by former Prime Minister Percival James Patterson. And if you go through LAMP, you would not have to pay any death duties. A lot of persons still did not know. Under this, wherever you are, whether you're in a LAMP area or not, providing that you fall under the threshold, you can do that benefit. You can have that benefit. And so it does help in the administration of estate, and it does help in terms of freeing up properties so persons can utilize it for different purposes. But at the same time, I would put a plug in, Senator Charles, and something based on where you sit that you could advocate, that we start a program with some intensity, because I think the NLA does it, but not enough, of estate planning. As a country, I don't believe we do enough of that. You know, when you talk to people about doing a will or planning an estate, whether it's going to be by way of creating a trust or doing transfers, whatever methodology you choose, the first thing they think about is that they're going to die. I think it is something that needs to become a part of our culture. It's supposed to be it's second nature for us. And so while we have this benefit, I also encourage you to use the office that you have to encourage Jamaicans to start that conversation about estate planning in general. And so, Mr. President, we on this side support the amendment to the bill. We do believe that it has the potential to help particularly the individual who must dispose of the property for one reason or another. So there is some benefit to be had there. I wonder though, Minister, if you, I tried to get that information, and I don't know if you have it available, if you perhaps could share with us the data as to the number of, well, how this has impacted the economy, because I know that one of the objectives was for it to impact the economy and stir economic growth. I personally have not seen it. I can't say that I have seen more persons doing more transactions, the individual that is. I can't say that I have seen it. I can't say that my colleagues have seen more persons selling their properties and hence benefiting. But what I do see is more developers selling units, and they're the ones who benefit. The big man benefit, really. So I'll be grateful if you perhaps, if not now, at some point early in the new year, could perhaps help us to identify that the number of persons who've benefited. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fraser-Bin. Senator Brown.
Yeah, President, I just want to pick up where my colleague, Senator Sophia Binns, ended. It was about the benefit to the country. When this measure was announced earlier this year, we were told it was to assist in the growth of the economy. And the government was making a choice between helping a sector who was fairly well off, who was making good profit, or give the $14 billion in give back to the poorer sections of the society who had suffered the most. There are some proposals then by the opposition. Do a GCT give back. The opposition still stands by that GCT give back as much as 2% reduction. We also have the view that instead of, we are one on this side. Be clear on that. We are one on this side. We also were of the view, that a reduction in the price of gasoline would have benefited the people more, would have stimulated aggregate demand, and therefore facilitate the growth of the economy. In making a judgment several months now, and I look forward to Santa Clark giving a report next year on whether this really stimulated the growth, or the views of the opposition to do more for the poor would have stimulated the economy. When this measure was announced in what was then dubbed a move of give back by Santa Clark, that's how the minister was dubbed at the time, the growth that was being projected by the government was 1.7% of GDP. And that must have taken into account the measures of this $14 billion give back. It turned out that that growth figure has been reduced from 1.7 to 1.5 to 0.5. 0.5. So from 1.7 to 0.5. So the growth we expected is not there. And recently, estimate of the second quarter of the fiscal year, show growth to be 0.3%. The big announcement of great growth isn't there, isn't coming. And that is why I say we look forward to hearing at the end of the year whether this was the right move, whether the Santa give back was what the country needed to give to the rich, to give to the wealthy, or to relieve the pressure on the poor. If it's a $2 reduction in the price of food, that will benefit those at the bottom of the society who have sacrificed more. I believe, while it's your policy and will support the bill because it's a money bill, I believe the wrong choice was made. The growth isn't there and the poor still suffering. More should have been done for the poor. May it please you, Mr. President.
I thank my colleagues for their contribution.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown.
Yes.
Minister.
Thank you, colleagues, for your contribution as we close off this very important bill. Senator Fraser-Binns made a point which has to be restated. And I will summarize. It's not your exact words, but you did speak to the fact that there needs to be in our development green spaces. And I assure you that an integral part of how we are advancing through all of the agencies, NHD, HAJ, JMB, and others, to ensure that there's an introduction of those practices, even in how they identify the developers that will be financed through JMB, and in their own development and design and build of the various housing solutions. They're trying as best as possible to make sure that we contemplate not only green spaces, but green technology and the green sustainable practices. I mean, one could say, Senator Horton, the greener, the better. But, right? But the reality is, as the point you're making, Senator Fraser-Binns, is that we have to ensure that we are putting in place sustainable practices. And so I want to assure you that that is a big part of what we are going to be doing, what we are already doing. And that has also to do with the introduction of renewable energy technology and all of that. Senator Brown and Senator Binns, I also assure you that we intend to continue with the public education campaign. The Ministry of Finance has been robust and perhaps will continue and perhaps advance more communication with the public in terms of defining and getting them to understand exactly what these amendments are and the impact and how to make best use of them. Because we do know that we have seen some boom in terms of the real estate sector and the construction sector as well in terms of employment, not just in terms of development, but we've seen also some improvements and increases in the employment in the sector and widening also of the practitioners that are involved in that real estate sector. So I believe that the measures which we have defined as integral part of the government's thrust to really stimulate the economy and competition in the economy have been working so far. That said, Mr. President and colleagues, I ask for the second reading of the bill.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Those in favor? Ayes have it.
A bill entitled An act to amend the Transfer Tax Act, read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. With the concurrence of the leaders, I will take clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. I take the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister?
Mr. President, I now ask for the third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Transfer Tax Act, read a third time and passed.
Mr. President,
We have 3 more bills.
there is just one slight matter, but again, before we move on to that matter, I want to thank the staff from the Tax Administration of Jamaica and as well the Ministry of Finance, of course our AG's office and CPC who have so diligently waited with us from early this morning for their bill to be passed. And we thank you for your hard work and continuous work. There is, Mr. President, before us just a recommittal of announcements, reports from committees, and the notices of motions given orally for some regulations to be taken. This will be done in 2 minutes.
You have heard the minister. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
Also laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. The report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the GCT, on the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2019. And the report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the General Consumption Tax Amendment Number 2 Regulations 2019. And the report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefit, Special Benefits, Money Must Country Estate Housing Development Order 2019.
Notices of motions given orally. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. No reports from committees.
Mr. President, I beg to lay on the table of the Senate the following 3 reports. The report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2019. The report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Benefits, Money Must Country Estate Housing Development Order 2019. And the report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the General Consumption Tax Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2019.
Notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following 3 motions. 1. Be it resolved that the report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2019, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 13th day of December 2019, be approved. 2. Be it resolved that the report of the Senate Regulations Committee on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Benefits, Money Must Country Estate Housing Development Order 2019, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 13th day of December 2019, be approved. And 3, be it resolved that the report of the Senate Regulations Committee on the deliberations of the General Consumption Tax Amendment Number 2, Regulations 2019, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 13th day of December 2019, be adopted.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Yes, it has been, it's just for tabling. Just for tabling. You want to take it today? Well, you want to take it today? Suspension of, yes, we can do so. Move for the suspension of standing orders, we'll just take it.
Mr. President, I move for the suspension of the standing orders to allow me to take the motions of which I gave notice of earlier. Okay. Good to know. Mr. President, do I have to take them individually or can take them on block? Mr. President, I ask that the three motions which the reports would have been given to members be considered for approval.
Thank you. Those in favor? Against?
Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to I almost threw my phone. Yes. Can you imagine that? Me of all persons. Mr. President, no, but as we close, I want to thank my colleagues for indulging me in presenting so much for us to do today. Again, I think we have proven to the country that through collaboration, this Senate certainly gets work done. You see, but certainly, Mr. President, we've done a lot today, and it's not all due to us as senators. I want to use the opportunity, as this is likely to be our last sitting of the Senate for this year, to, on behalf of all of the government senators, in particular on behalf of the leader of government business in her absence, I know she would certainly want to stand and to thank the clerk, deputy clerk, and staff members, orderlies, and everyone who contributes to this Senate operating. Those who are on this floor with us, and even those above who are hovering over us and capturing and recording every single word, and also our friend, our sign language interpreter. Most importantly, Mr. President, we have a responsibility to this country, and it's a responsibility. Yes, it's a responsibility which I can confidently say every senator in this Honourable Senate takes very seriously, on both sides. I want to commend to each senator and to all the staff members, all the police, and everyone who are in this building to have a very happy holiday season, to think on the time that you have on this earth with your family, to always be guided by the Almighty Himself. And as Senator Corencio Morrison said a while ago, for us to please make sure that we drive safely throughout this festive season. We do not want to hear of any incidents coming when we return next year. So, Mr. President, I know that my colleague, Senator Motley, will have something to say, but we want to just again, we want to commend particularly the staff for their hard work and their professional attitude. And we say to them, have a happy holiday season.
Mr. President, I want to join the Minister, acting leader of government business, in conveying my own regards to the staff, to the Hansard writers, to the clerks, the orderlies, the police officers, and all those who ensure that we are not only responsible, those who supervise the operations of this House. but those who secure us as well. I particularly want to thank the media for giving coverage of these proceedings, because the Senate now, I gather, is watched very attentively on a Friday. And there are persons who you go to the supermarket, you're on the street, and so on, and people actually comment on it. I want to thank the Marshal. I mean, it's such a pleasure to walk in here and to be greeted by him with his broad smile and his commanding presence at the same time. Mr. President, you have been very patient today. I would have liked that we would have ended our year a little earlier, so that we could have shared some more social and sociable activities. It was my intention to accept the invitation which Senator Samuda has proffered on many occasions, and I thought today would have been an appropriate time to do it. It was not possible, Mr. President, but if it was to be impossible, it is good that it's on a day like this when we have achieved so much. So I wish for everyone here a holy, peaceful, and a safe Christmas. I don't want to have any anxiety over the period. I want to see everybody here January, and I look forward to an even more productive year and a year of cooperation as the opposition and the government demonstrate that we are part of a team dedicated to the prosperity and the progress of this nation. If it pleases you, Mr. President. Prosperity and progress.
Thank you very much, both.
Mr. President, I just wanted to, because I think I omitted to say thank you to you for, and it has to be said, because your experience and wisdom and wit has really balanced a lot of the more tumultuous times here. So we just, and I share with my colleague in saying just thank you to you for all that you have done in your presiding over us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I join and adopt the sentiment of both Minister Charles and Leader Senator Scott Motley. First of all, to wish all the members of staff, in particular the clerks who provide the atmosphere and the advice to allow us to do the nation's business. Of course, the orderlies and all the persons in the various offices around, security, Hansard, sign writer, of course, the members of the press. And I save my final thoughts for all the members of the Senate, and I trust that you would have a quiet and peaceful time with your families, and remember to put Christ back in the Christmas.
There being no further business for this sitting of the Senate, we ask that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be set.
Thank you very much. The question for the last time in 2019 is whether the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Aye. Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned.